you must have.
Where's everybody sitting at?
Who's joining us by Zoom? Was it?
I've lost, I'm here. Hold on one moment, please, callers.
You've worked in a call centre, haven't you?
Here it is.
Good. And NZTA runs one of the biggest call centres in New Zealand. And so part of our induction, no matter what staff members you spend a day,
In live, by the way.
and it was a real eye-opener.
Didn't think you wanted to. I'm going to begin. This one I've been practicing. I'm learning. Leanne's encouraging us to learn them off the hat. So this is what I'm practicing. Ngā mihi o te rā ki te whānau e hui hui nei kia tau te rangimārie ki whakataupua tātou me nā mea e whakapono ana tātou haumea hui e rāna.
Thank you, Amanda. Well, welcome everyone to the annual report 2021-22. This is year one of the LTP. So today we have a lot to get through, and we've kind of got an agenda which we hope we will be able to see through. But basically, the first 2 hours are the financial statements. So Charlie and I will take you through those financial statements at a governance level and what you need to know and how some of the workings behind the notes that go to the statements. We then have Audit New Zealand coming to speak to us about probably the delays in the audit, other issues that what does an audit mean and what does it mean for your auditing accounts? And then this afternoon, we go into section 2 of the annual report, which is significant activities and our non-financial KPIs. So this morning slot, which is 3 hours, is all on financials. We'll try and simplify it and make it as possible to understand, but it is technical. So there's a level of technicality that you need to try and understand. But Charlie is very good at explaining.
If you don't understand something, I will try and think of a practical way of explaining it to you. I usually use cars for assets as my way because people don't understand the concept of owning a car and maintaining it. So, yeah.
And if we feel that we are perhaps diving off into operational context, we will call you back to the purpose of this workshop, which is governance and the annual report and what it means for year one of the LTP.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple of things on etiquette. This is being streamed live. We ask you to, I would prefer if you didn't look at your mobile phones during this workshop. It is distracting to other people, and to not speak over people, which we know we all get enthusiastic, but sometimes we just appreciate one question at a time. There is time for questions at the end, but of course, as we go through some of it, you may want to ask some. So we start.
Yes, Miss. Yes, because we are live streaming. If you move your chairs, it gets picked up really strongly by the microphone. So just be mindful if you're shuffling around, like I'm a mover. If you're shuffling around or moving forward, it gets picked up by the microphone. So try to minimise the noise.
And we'll maybe do a short break.
We'll have a break.
We'll have a short break, but what we don't want to lose is the room. We need to stay focused on this.
We'll lose the room. I'll keep on talking, Matt. When you start dropping off.
Technical this morning, but maybe this afternoon is slightly less technical, but it's something we have to do. You have an obligation to understand the financial statements at a certain governance level and then adopt the annual report of year one of the LTP. So without further ado, shall I leave you in Charlie's capable hands?
Yep.
I'm just going to tend to through what I consider to be fluff. It's not, it's important to everyone, but I tend to go straight through to the financial statements whenever I look at an annual report. And this afternoon we'll give you an opportunity to look at all. So this is probably the one that you're going to understand from just general knowledge. This is what a business would call a profit and loss statement. Sorry. But it's a statement of our comprehensive revenue and expense, and shows all our breakdown of our revenue against the budget and against last year's actuals as well. Where you see a note, that note number just means that that note explains that line in more detail. So if you wanted to know more detail about the rates, you would go to note 2 to look at that, but we will go through all of the notes for you as well.
Could I sit in your seat, because I can't read it from here?
Sure.
Yeah, is that all right? Yeah.
Self-explanatory, but we really want you to understand the report before you sign it off. So that's the purpose of today anyway. So I have got, where would the other, Amy?
Sorry, she's just turning the fan down. It's
Okay.
Are you trying to find the other documents? Sorry. Okay, thank you. Yes. So with the with the statement of revenue and expense, this doesn't.
Can you expand that? Like, this is really small.
I think you just said that.
Two fingers?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
That's brilliant. I could even see that now.
oh, that's better. Even I can see that. Yeah,
So we're all struggling, wasn't it?
Don't worry.
One thing that you have to consider in here is that the government grant programs that we couldn't budget for because we didn't know at the time of the budget that they were going to happen, those figures are still in there. But of course, they show us more than the budget. So our total grants and subsidies comes up as $4 million of actual against a $4,000 budget. So what I have done for you is just a little table here to show how that would have looked if we hadn't had those grant programs in. So of our $4 million, 3.9 was related to those unbudgeted grant programs. So if we took that out and went straight back down to what was budgeted for, other grants were 109,000. which is still a lot more than budget, but it's not 4 million compared to 4,000 for the budget. So if we took those out, our total revenue would be 2.9, well, 30 million against a $28.4 million budget. So not much.
If you took those out.
If we took those grant income out of our actuals, actual revenue received would be 29.
Okay, yeah.
So it's just something that we started doing it in the previous triennium because we had a lot of questions of, well, if we adjusted for that, what would it look like? So we try and do that for you.
Not budgeting grants is standard practice though, isn't it? Because we just simply can't budget for what you don't know.
If I was sort of 99% sure of getting that grant in when we did the annual plan or the long-term plan, yeah, I would put it in. But for example, we don't tend to get the task force agreement until August each year. We know that it's going to go ahead in our guts, but we can't put it in the budget just in case it doesn't happen.
Also, government may change its policy.
That's
Government and it's what's one funding source.
yes.
We have to
Funding zero.
determine a level of probability. And generally it's greater than 80%. So yeah, it pays to be conservative.
But it's again, it's a good news to know that we've got nearly 3 million going through our books that we're getting from central government that we've been lobbying for and those types of things. It's a good story in itself.
Correspondingly, I'll show you the effect on the expenses because, of course, we get this income in for things that we spend money on as well. So before I move across, is there any questions about the revenue. I mean, we received more in fees and licenses, about 300k more, about 200k more than we were due to receive. We had some more consent, so that's building consent, resource consent activity during the year. So obviously we charge on the cost of that. And
Significant amount of development.
development contributions is a big one. Yeah, we have to for development contributions, you use a historic trend. We don't know what developments are going to be signed off in the year. So we usually use historic trend and a bit of intuition as to how the volumes are going up and down to do the budgets. But at the time of doing the LTP, we had no idea that this trend of developments was just going to rocket, really. So
Charlie, the rental income, that reflects council going to more of a market rate or a commercial rate?
we are recovering a lot more on
Yeah.
those.
Okay.
And now just remember, those development contributions go straight into a reserve. So they go into the Parks and Open Spaces Reserve and the Infrastructure Reserve. The purpose of getting those contributions is to grow the district's parks and spaces and water pipes and roads. So
They can't be used for anything else other than.
no, we ring fence it for a very specific purpose.
So the Wakatari subsidy, how come that's so much lower than your budgeted?
So with Wakatahi, they work on a 3-year program. So they budget from years 1 to 3 of the LTP. And if the program falls behind, they simply shift the money into the following year. So the program did fall behind partly because of how difficult it became to get contractors in that post-COVID period. So that is slightly behind.
Charlie, they also indicated a withdrawal of the amount of money they're actually giving to local councils as well. We're going to see that this year as well.
Yeah, so in that year, we asked for a certain amount, which was more than we had received in the past. And they didn't give us what we wanted, but they gave us more than we had in the previous year.
Right.
Okay. And that time, Wakatahi itself, the revenue it was receiving was going through a dark hole because of COVID and RUC and all that, road user charges and so forth. So they didn't have as much money to spend. And just for your information, most of our subsidy is for maintenance. You know, there's very little in there for improvement or, you know, so most of our funding we do is literally just maintenance, which is
The renewals, yeah. Mhm.
I think last year's figure, we got 3,041,000, so it's up on last year, but still reduced in terms of what we wanted.
and just for completeness, so that's funded by a thing called a financial assistance rate. And so there's a formula for all councils, but it's basically based on affordability. So a rich council will be at the minimum is 52%, and maximum level not is 100% subsidy, which is the Chatham Islands, because they can't afford it. So, and we are at the 52%. So we're judged to be quite a wealthy TLA in terms of the share, and so that falls through to even things like emergency works that we apply to Wakatahi outside of this year, outside of our budgets and things like that. And if we're lucky, we can sometimes get 72% rather than 52%, which we've done recently for all the severe weather events. So keeping friends with Wakatahi is a very important thing to do. I have him a space on speed dial.
We have one, what they call special purpose road, which is the Cape Palliser Road, and that's 100% subsidised. Wakatahi have indicated that status will be removed at the end of this 3-year budget period. So 30 June 2024, they have indicated that it will become the normal subsidy level.
That's going to require a legislative change though, isn't it?
No. So the FAR rates, the financial assistance rates are set by the board. There's nothing to do with the minister or those types of things. So it's a board decision. A special purpose road affects a lot of territorials in New Zealand as well. So this is not something that anyone's going to write down.
So there was only 3 special purpose roads in the country, specific.
There's a lot more than that. So they were originally, a special purpose road was usually put in to access national parks, remote locations like lighthouses, those types of things. And they've been around for a very long time. So in an area like Wairoa, for instance, they've got that whole road all the way into Waikira Moana. from Waikiri to Murupara as a special purpose road. And so this is a big thing for local government to do that. But what we're doing in the interim is making sure we can get as much improvement, quality of the road before we have to take it back. So we've got to get them to fix it out. Fix the bridges, for instance, and make sure all the apartments. So we're really trying to make sure we front load a much improvement in that road while we've got the 100% subsidy.
So Harry, this is something that really should come up at risk in particular, I think, because the cost of maintaining that road by a ratepayer base is phenomenal. So I think, there's a real risk that if that falls into the ocean, you can't afford to fix it.
I've seen a couple of truckloads of those new odd things.
Eco-Reef,
Must be doing more work along.
They're doing the second phase of the eco. So we did a trial of so rather than what we used to do is shore up the beach and with rocks, and habitually the rocks got lifted up, thrown over the road, sucked out to sea. The rocks themselves came from Taihape, because you need hard rock. We don't have purpose of hard rock. So what we've tried as an alternative, and it's really innovative, is a thing called an Eco-Reef, which is a series of interlocking geo blocks that act as energy dissipators. So they absorb the force of the ocean before they hit the bank, basically. And we've got one in place now, and it's working really well. And we're just starting the second one. So it's actually really innovative.
So one other question, Charlie.
Finances.
What comes under finance revenue?
Interest on our term deposits. So the only real investments we have are term deposits. We're conservative in that way. And again, at the time of the LTP budget, the interest rates were in the hole. We were only getting something like less than 1% for a 1-year term deposit. And then this year they've started to lift. So that's obviously why we've doubled the amount of interest revenue we have. We don't hold those investments for the purpose of getting interest revenue. We hold them for our reserves, so that we've got money to pay back our loans at the end of the term and things like that. So it's incidental, but it's always nice to get a bit of extra money in anyway. So we control that quite closely and manage our cash flow quite closely, and use even things like 30-day terms where we've got excess of funds for a short amount of time. We'll use the 30-day term deposit instead of having it sat in a cash account.
$10 is better than no money, eh? So
We've actually started to get some really good offers. So so moving on to this way. There we go. Moving on to our operating costs. So these are done by significant activity. So we have those 8 significant activities, and that's the level that you see those at in the annual report. There's also the level that the budget was approved at. So this is the relevance of having them in this height, this level. And again, I have added at the side, I'll show you in a moment. So essentially our significant costs were 28 million against a 24 million budget. But if you remember, we had that $3.9 million of government grants. So we spent more money for that. We used that money, that income, to do more work. So we had the corresponding expense. So that 4 million of over budget expense is almost entirely wiped out by those, or paid for by those government grants. So the news that I've been telling people all year is nothing to see here. We pretty much did exactly what was in the LTP budget. We've spent virtually exactly what was in the LTP budget. So we had in community facilities and services, this 1.7 million. Just over $1 million of that is the Provincial Growth Fund funding for a little bit left of the Marai work and the Taranaki Bridge, the cycle bridge. And then there is Mayor's Task Force in there as well, which is a shade under 400,000 we spent there last year, and New Zealand Library Partnership Program, which gave us extra staff to do some programs, some digital awareness and things like that during that tough time coming out of COVID. Really good programs, done some really good work in the district. And it's great that it didn't cost ratepayers anymore. We managed to get the government grants in for it.
Can I just add a technical note? If we got some money and some income and we found that we couldn't spend the money that was tagged for that purpose, we would then take it out of the income. So we wouldn't inflate the income. If we always make sure we offset or match the corresponding revenue to the corresponding expense. If we can't do that, we will remove it and put it in the balance sheet. And it's called revenue in advance because we haven't been able to spend it. So it's very important we match our income to our expenses as we go through the year. So if we, particularly the Mayor's Task Force, that is a specific fund. That's not to be used for operations.
And it's tagged for a time period as well, per financial year. If at the end of the financial year we haven't spent it all, we get an invoice to pay the remainder back. So
yeah, some government agencies get the money back and some just offset it. So it depends what the arrangement is.
So in terms of the other grant programs, these are all related to the Three Waters Stimulus Fund, which started in the previous year. I think there was about 5 or 6 months in the previous financial year.
It's 2.8 million.
It was 2.8 over 2 years, and 2.215 of that we spent in this last financial year. So the majority of it was spent in this last financial year.
What have you got it called there?
So these are the three water activities.
Oh, yes, yeah,
water supply, wastewater and stormwater drainage.
This is an aside. So all territorials got some fiscal stimulus. Of course, we charged Wellington Water to deliver a capital program for us for 2.8 million. And the whole Wellington region spent all of it. A number of territorials actually had to give money back because they couldn't spend it. It's not a good thing.
No.
So, because capital is one of your hardest things to make sure you spend. That you'll find when you look at the annual report, the next annual, one of the notes that we were required to put in by audit, and it's a note, there's a general note they asked all territorials to put in, noting that capital in particular and projects be very, very vigilant about making sure that it is spent, because all the indicators were that the construction costs were going to go up, the market wouldn't be available, all those types of things. So, actually getting these things done, no cost to ratepayers, has been a fantastic thing.
Harry, this was also not stuff that was in the long-term plan. It was extra, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yep. So it wasn't to bring what we'd already planned forward. It was stuff that we hadn't planned to do. So it was a real bonus that we could do extra stuff. So
we did things.
Good news, accelerated some of our infrastructure stuff here.
So we did things like a trial of smart water meters. We did things like get our asset value, get our asset condition on our critical assets assessed. So we knew, we just didn't know, and that's not a good thing. So, we did a lot of work as well as pipes. Try to get the renewal cycle faster. So there was a lot of good work, and key, no cost to the ratepayer for it.
Excuse me.
Yep.
So considering that there's quite a lot of explanation going on there, should there not be a note to explain that as well to the reader?
Well, there is in terms of the grants income, it shows which program it was done on, but possibly, yes, we could put some commentary in about where the expense happened as well.
I think it's in the variation report.
Yes, actually, yeah.
And also you have, in the document itself, you have the significant activities, and it says what was planned to be done and what was achieved. Okay, so remember, this is just the financials. You've got a whole report that actually.
But a lot of people won't read that task here. So
An executive summary.
be the
The purpose of the notes is to try and explain these. So there's 30 notes, and
That's
note
good.
30 explains it. And this is the legislative format, unfortunately.
Outside of just the grant program, there were only really a couple of variances that I'd like to highlight. One of them is there's still some variance once we take the grant spending out for community facilities and services. That's your parks and reserves and all your amenities and their libraries. The reason for that was we had a higher than predicted uplift from one of our contractors who does all the mowing and the rubbish collection and things like that. So they signalled to us just after the LTP had been signed off that they'd got a higher than budgeted increase on there. So unfortunately, we can't do much about that. And the other one was governance. We went under budget. So if you look, we've spent 1.7 against the budget of 2. And that is for the savings that we made on the rating review, representation review, and the e-liaison that were planned to happen in the year, didn't happen in the year that we moved to this current year. So I ring-fenced those savings, made sure we didn't rate the ratepayers again for them this year, even though we're going to go ahead with them. So, yeah. So really, again, nothing to see here. We did exactly what we said we would do, and quite happy with these results, to be honest. So we're monitoring through the year and we're surprised by that.
Charlie, if a contractor, for instance, has an overspend for that financial year, are we quite receptive to refunding them or giving them a little extra to cover the costs?
In this situation, and Charlie, correct me if I'm wrong, is so we had a contract, I think it was with CityCare, and it was a time to renegotiate the contract, right? So they'd had
fell within that cycle.
Yes,
okay.
This is a new price for the contract.
Okay.
Believe me, we screwed it right back. I mean, they came hundreds of thousands of dollars over that they were going to uplift the costs, and we've back to about 80,000, I think, something like that.
It was an excellent negotiation process, but it still was more than we were expecting the inflation to be. And we get our inflation, we don't just make it up ourselves. I haven't got time to do all that complex economic modelling, so we get ours from a government-backed economic modelling consultant that's sent to us by Taitoa. They send it to us every October, so we use their inflation rates. But things like this, CityCare had higher costs themselves, and they had to pass some of that on. So,
just to explain who Taitoa is for those of you who don't know.
Taitoa is what used to be called
Sorghum.
Yeah.
So there's two. There's local government New Zealand, which represents elected members and community boards. So that's your governance area. Taitoa, which used to be the artist formerly known as Sorghum, is chief executives and senior managers. So it's the staff end of the spectrum. So you have the governance, and LGNZ is essentially an advocacy body and a support body for elected members, and Sorghum's an advocacy body and a support body for staff. They work hand in glove.
They often co-publish documents, so they are always looking to, be aligned in the advice that they give. It is, I don't think I've ever seen them give contradictory advice.
Amazing resource.
Yes,
we can ask anything.
So LGNZ provide training for you guys and upskilling and, all the resources that we've been done. Myself and ELT, Harry and my team often use the Taitoa resources to do our training and.
Just to divert just a little bit, to give you a sense. So LGNZ, so how it has a national council. How national council is chosen. So it has zones, which are geographic area, has 6 zones across New Zealand, and each zone will nominate one person to be on the national council of LGNZ. And then it has sectors. So it has rural, provincial, which meet together, but they have a rural representative on the council and a provincial rep on the council. They have metros, so that's all the major metropolitan and the regions, and they all have a representative on the council as well.
They also have community boards.
Yeah.
There's a community board one as well.
Yeah, there's a community board one as well, yeah. So that's how the national council was formed. There's a representative both geographically, but also by the sectors. It's very hard to get agreement, as you can imagine.
Imagine. Yeah, I just want to ask, your question, was that relating more so to that overspend of Wellington Water, and how is that? Remember, we transferred some money from
No, I think that was, it's in parks and reserves. That's probably more a city gear contract.
That's in this, that financial year. It'll be in. Yeah.
Let's not try to get sidetracked by one.
No, I know, exactly. But if we don't ask the question, then it's different discussion. Yeah, I appreciate that. I won't ask you.
This lovely dark green line down here is what we call our operating surplus, or if it's in brackets, if it's a negative, then it's a deficit. And we did 5.9 million against 4.5. So as I mentioned in your Finance 101 last week, this isn't lovely slush money that we distribute to the staff or anything like that, or have sitting around. It has a specific purpose. For example, $2.8 million went into infrastructure reserves. $2.3 million went straight into our pot that we saved to pay back our loans. So we do our loans on an interest-only payment basis. So all we're paying during the time of the loan is the interest. And so we're saving the principal payments each year into a pot, into a reserve, so that when it comes time to pay it back, you're not all of a sudden going, where's this $5 million coming from? So it's a very responsible way of doing things. But it does sometimes get misunderstood by the community, and it's a good thing for you to really understand, because you may get a question about this out in the community, is, why are you making a profit and not giving it back to the ratepayers? We can't. It's for specific purposes. We have to use that money to protect against the future.
But like the banks have been saying that recently.
Yeah.
Big profits. So you need the equity to invest for the future. You need to put money aside.
So this is what accountants call the line. In terms of a profit and loss or a revenue and expense statement. So the line is your operating. This is things that you've actually received money for and paid money for.
Cash.
Yes, cash. Underneath the line, we have all those lovely things that make accountants thrilled, the non-cash items that we have to put in there. But it's a bit of a misnomer thinking that our surplus is 9.8 million. Because what goes on top of that 5.8 is that we've been given $2.4 million worth of infrastructure assets by developers. So when a developer does something, so they put in some extra housing in Greytown, they have to put all of the water channeling in, the pavements, the pipes, the head walls and things like that. I've learned a lot about roading and pipes and things since taking this job. So they put those in, it's their cost, but they then gift those assets to the council. And we, from accounting rules, have to recognise that as income. We've had something, it might not have been in terms of dollars, but we've had something from someone else that can be valued. So the developer will give us their list, their schedule of what they've spent that money on, and we recognise that in our statements as income. Because the alternative, if you think about that, would be we did the work, put the infrastructure in, and have to pay for it. So that's, yeah. And the other thing is gains on losses on investments. So this is in our total surplus deficit. So the majority of that is our investment properties each year. So we have some properties where we receive rent on it, and that's counted as being an investment property. The real reason we've got that property is for another purpose. Like, we don't just randomly become a landlord. We have Payne Farm. We have a purpose for Payne Farm, but it's counted as being an investment property because we rent it out. So every year we have to revalue those investment properties, and the increase in value, again, we don't receive any cash for it because we haven't sold those assets, but the increase in the value is 1.5 million. So we've got about $15 million worth of investment properties. That's increased like 1.5 this year. And then there's a small amount in there for, we've got some carbon credits from previous forestry that we've done. They doubled in value this year. It's because carbon credits have become more of a demand thing. So again, we recognise that increase. We haven't got any more. We haven't added any number of credits to our balance. But because of the per credit rate has gone up, we have to recognise that as a income in terms of a gain in the value of those assets. So we haven't received any cash for these, but we have to show them as a gain in the books. And then we have another line again.
Just to, you think, why have we got trees? Apart from in the towns, things like we don't get carbon credits for the trees, you know, that are around the town and that kind of stuff. But for bank stabilisation and our roading network, a good and true method to stabilise a bank is to plant trees on it. And so we have a number of plantations around our roading area, basically to hold hillsides. So that's really where the purpose of having trees planted.
Very, very
Yes.
small amount of trees compared to even Marston and Newcastle. We don't have anything like their amount. And then unfortunately, what is also shown as a gain is the revaluation of our infrastructure assets. So we have to go through this lovely exercise every year where we say, these are all our pipes, these are all our roads, these are our treatment plants and things like that. They have gone up in value, and we get a consultant to value those each year. It's unfortunately something that we have to do now because we revalue them in detail, which was done in the previous year. Because of the volatility in the market, because inflation is going up, Audit have insisted that we do a desktop exercise every year now. So we have to add some value, or potentially they could go down in value, but they tend not to. So we have to revalue those infrastructure assets. We have also revalued our land, our operational land and buildings this year as well. That was on a 3-year cycle due for this year, but we've had an extra year of revaluing the infrastructure assets.
Carly, I can understand revaluation on reserves because that's land, and land's obviously increasing value. But on our infrastructure assets, I struggle because they're aging and they're deteriorating.
But also they're not realisable. They're a
No, they're not. They're under the ground. Yeah.
So we entered into this debate with Audit New Zealand, as the previous council will know. So we're on a 3-year revaluation cycle, and we revalued our infrastructure assets last year. And Audit New Zealand said, you now have to do a fair value assessment of those assets, and it's only a year that's passed since we revalued them. We argued that we can't realise the asset, we don't have the capacity, there's no values available in the market, but by law we had to do a fair value desktop assessment of our infrastructure assets. We argued that some of them were going into the Three Waters reform. We argued the point with Audit New Zealand, and we were told to make it happen, otherwise we wouldn't be able to even get close to signing audit. So 38 million of that increase is a fair value assessment of our infrastructure assets. And the biggest impact was roading. Their costs have gone up significantly.
So the way they value it is what's called an optimised depreciated replacement cost. Lovely term. And it's basically saying, this is when you put those roads in. We've worked out how much you've depreciated it now, and now we're going to value those roads based on the current unit rate for the road. So how much would a kilometre of road cost to put in now, depreciated now? And because those rates have gone up so much, it causes a gain in the value of the assets.
Does that cause a headache with depreciation?
It does, unfortunately, increase our depreciation for future years.
Yeah.
So
we fund our depreciation, so that's additional money.
most of our depreciation.
In the current year, that's increased our depreciation by about 200K. So that's not something we have any control over. Audit New Zealand now said that you must do a fair value assessment every year when you're not doing a full valuation. So the goalposts are changing. It's the volatility. The other thing is we've revalued our roads, but we can't insure them.
No.
So we are facing increased costs from various sources that are beyond our control.
In a way,
Not necessarily, it's
not a bad.
it's not necessarily a bad thing, because when we have to repair or replace the road, we've got the cash
So
there.
we've got an extra 200.
Bad thing in terms of going up first through, like we want more money.
It does become important when we do our annual plan this year,
Yes.
because we didn't budget on that increase in depreciation, right? So we take it's 200K, that's 1% of rates gone. ready. What we were in the LTP.
Right.
So if we had an ELTP, I think it's about 4%, is it, Karen?
3.08%.
So, you know, if you kept to that number, we would now still have it going out at 4.8. Right, just because of that change in the revaluations. Right? So just important to keep an eye on that. Why I said that magic number, we would think about 212,000 is 1% of rates. Okay.
Do we account for the increased liability if the value of the roads to replace them are going up so much? Is that reflected in here that
It's in the asset, the asset is done everything. So those, there are asset values have gone up. But you're right, in a way, it's a risk has gone up. So if that road is washed out, it needs to be replaced with something that's more expensive. But that's why, as Alice's point was, that putting the extra depreciation into our reserves is a good thing. It's just unfortunate it has an impact on the rates because the rate have to fund it.
Yeah.
And that is just a consequence of the inflationary market that we're in at the moment. So, yeah, and also with the increased amount of flooding. And yeah.
And this is obviously a nationwide issue for all councils.
And we'd had a little bit of an increase in our depreciation the previous year because as we said, we revalued the assets the year before. And that's, you can see that here. So we had an even bigger reval. I think it was 53 million the previous year. So we weren't expecting that increase in the assets. We were expecting some increase, but not that much. So there's an extra 400,000, 300,000 appreciation in this financial year than what we were expecting.
But I suppose the other thing where we have to do it is because if we're going to lose our water assets to Three Waters, we want to make sure that we're sending them over at the highest value possible rather than the lowest. Absolutely. So that again is another good news story for us. Although there is a cost to it, we're maximising the value of the assets that they want.
Charlie,
On that point.
what's a what's that word?
Amortization.
Amortization, that's the one.
Like depreciation, but on intangible assets. So we have some intangible assets, like the maps that we take for our GIS system, geographical information system. That's, you can't pick it up and feel it, but it's an asset, we count it. If we develop some business processes, you're allowed to class those as an asset. And being accountants, we have a different term for depreciation on intangible assets, which is amortization.
Can we find a plain English word to put in there?
That's the same as the property.
Yes, yeah.
Karen, what were you saying?
All right.
yeah, just on
This was my failing at school.
excuse me,
On the Three Waters reform, we obviously have revalued and done a fair value assessment on all of our infrastructure assets. When they go into the new entity, there is another form of valuation. So it's not, we can't assume that just because we've increased the value of these infrastructure assets, we're going to get like for like. The valuers have another methodology around when you're transferring assets to other entities. So we may have a significant loss or gain, we just don't know. And I don't think Three Waters reform, the National Transition Unit, know that. We had to point that out.
So
there is a different.
Yeah, and right now, we do not have certainty what they class as an asset. So we're hoping that the water serve, the first bill is currently, hopefully will be signed out this week. So then when the bill's through, they'll be able to tell us what they're classing as assets. So we can make start actually working on what assets are transferring, because we have
The house, right?
yeah, and so we have also just forget. So, for instance, is the land that we use for water disposal, is that classed as an asset that would transfer? Do we hold it, or is it stay with council and we just grant access to the land for the purpose of X, Y, and Z? So that's a very big question.
A lot of unknowns, and that's one of our notes is there is so much unknown about the Three Waters. We are just highlighting this as an area of unknown activity.
Yeah, it's good. But also just hot off the press is currently in that particular bill is clauses that absolve councils from including water in their balance sheets in the next LTP. that was going to be a sticky, really sticky issue. We were staring down the ground of having to do 2 LTPs. So currently they're saying we do not have to put it into the balance sheet. Of course, it'd be interesting if National gets and change it all around. But anyway, so that's one question that actually makes life significantly easier. So
we're actually in quite a good position for Three Waters going into the future. I don't want to go into too much detail, but we keep track of, because we're such a small council, we keep track of everything. So whenever we borrow for a project, we borrow specifically for that project and we tag it as a wastewater loan, for example. Whereas a lot of councils, because like Wellington City Council just borrow $50 million for the year, and then they'll do some kind of allocation based on some kind of percentage, whereas we specifically say things like that. We specifically monitor our assets down to that level and things like that as well. So we're in quite a good position. The converse to that is we've got quite a small resource base. So the people doing that information is quite there's only a few of us.
So the other, and just giving a lot of information, the other thing that will have to happen is around novation and assignment. So we have a number of our land have leased, and so there has to be a legal process to assign those leases if that is passed as a lease. If there's contracts that are in place to cut or clean and things like that, you've got less innovation, you've got to transfer contracts. So there's the lawyers are going to have a field day. What we're trying to do is get. So hot off the press, we're talking as the Wellington Council to see if we can all procure one lawyer, or even better, I'm trying to persuade one of the councils that has their own in-house legal service to provide that service, for the other councils as well. So we can find a cheap way of doing all that. That's actually where some of the financial transactions are quite straightforward. Where it's going to get really murky is the contracts, the leases, because we lease. We lease the land, for instance, so people can grow grass, it's cut and carry, which actually is really good for removing nitrogen from soils and things like that. So it's actually part of the lease is actually part of the treatment process. And so but that's where it's going to get really, really tricky. So, but the first thing is to actually for them to tell us what an asset actually is.
Yep. And it excludes the water races.
And it does exclude.
How could they exclude the water races?
So they're not going to take the water races, but they'll have to take something else. So
what a pain.
Audit New Zealand are going to, in their management letter, provide commentary on it's called an emphasis of matter. An emphasis of matter. You have mentioned it in note. No, it's an event.
Yeah.
So we have commented on it, but we can't comment anymore because we just don't. But Audit New Zealand are also commenting on the uncertainty of Three Waters reform.
And again, starting from the start, when we did the LTP, we were explicitly told not to, by New Zealand, not to take into consideration the Three Waters.
So Harry,
Well, that's right. So we weren't allowed to. We did put a note saying it's coming at us, but we weren't allowed to do anything material with it. And that's all councils in New Zealand that were told not to.
So we talked a lot in the last council about the golf course. It's the golf course which was specifically bought for purpose of irrigation. So that would directly link it to the Three Waters because it's a water asset. By definition. So that's the only piece of land that's specifically tagged, isn't it?
Hotter farm. Yeah.
But were they purchased for the?
Correct.
Yeah.
They come out of that bucket of money. Basically, it's being funded through our Three Waters. Both those loans are funded through our Three. Are they not?
No.
That's in Three Water activities.
Yes. Yeah.
Three Waters, the big capital. Yes.
Debt will be serviced out of that budget, and likewise will the golf course.
And currently, 80% of our loans are water.
Yeah.
So, we have
So
26.
I suppose Hotter Farm is being used for the purpose of what it was bought.
Well, not at the moment. It's not. It's leased out.
Okay, well,
I remember.
Anyway, that's
It's not So we've done 3 waters. We've done Wellington. Yeah. Let's not go there.
Line is our finance costs, which in the same frame as the finance revenue, as the interest rates go up, our costs have gone up slightly more than our budget was for it. So we'll be reviewing those costs when we deliver you the annual plan. We'll make sure that we've built enough of an inflation above what we already had in the LTP. So, and there are lots of lovely notes, so we'll be going through this. Some of the notes, as I said earlier, are very simple. So I will, to an extent, fly through them, but do stop me if you have any questions about it. Remember that we're at a strategic governance level. Okie dokie, so that's
So I guess this financial statement is one of the most important. It gives you a snapshot of our profitability, what we've had money for, what we've spent it on. This now all channels through into the rest of the financial statements, the balance sheet, the statement of cash flow, all sorts of other things. So they're all really feeding off. The 2 main documents are the balance sheet and the profit and loss.
Yeah.
And the balance sheet is, again, very technical. It has been said to me that it was suggested that we were hiding things in the balance sheet, and you can't hide and any financial statements. So the balance sheet, though, is quite hard if it's something you're not familiar with. But again, we're in a healthy position. So the good news today is our financial statements are reporting well, and there's no issues, there's no risks in the current reporting year. Obviously, this year things are changing, and that's another issue.
Yes.
And again, you know, without saying the obvious, but remember, you don't get to a situation of having virtually, we've got a very good report here in terms of what we said we would collect, what we said we would spend. The main control of that is the budget managers, right? So it gives you, it gives you confidence that we keep an eye on the ball and our managers make sure that they live within their budgets. You know, there are things that can change in that balance sheet that would be, in the profit loss, like as we said, financial contributions that we, for instance.
That increase in financial contribution.
So the process of getting to the fact that we've got a very good end of year result is actually really important to have confidence to start really keeping an eye on this.
Can I just remind councillors that this report that you're presenting to us today finishes at year end, which is July?
Yeah.
30 June.
30 June.
June, sorry, yeah, 30 of June. So this is
Last year.
and here we are in November.
Yeah.
So audit used to present, our finance people used to present to us in about October, was that correct?
Under before COVID.
Yeah, before COVID,
You
yeah.
had to have your annual report done by the 30th of October, adopted by.
Adopted by.
So you would have been going through this in September.
Yeah.
But then you would have had an audit too.
Yes,
We don't have that.
yeah. So just this
Months behind.
this is old news.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's part of the issue is it's historic, good story, but we have to start looking for. That is the tough thing about this document, potentially will stay around for up to 7 months.
And unfortunately, you've only just come in. This document is reflecting performance from before you were even elected, most of you. So that's another reason we're doing this workshop, is because you weren't involved in governance during the period that this covers. So it gives you a bit of background. The previous Trinium's council members would have known this stuff through their committee meetings and things. So it gives you the opportunity.
So just going back to that Potter Farm and the golf course thing. So correct me if I'm wrong. So this means if they're allocated as technically a water asset, so 3 waters, we could lose those.
Yeah.
Is there any way you can reclassify them so they're not linked to that?
If we're not currently using them but then we would not get the money back for the loan that's potentially going to happen. So there's potential that council could make a decision to reclassify those as another activity.
Because
You'd keep that loan and you'd have to fund it through rates.
the way I look at it, that land would have gone up hugely in value. So it would be to a big benefit to do that. And then you could sell them off and pay the loan back if you weren't going to use it.
We'll see how it goes. Early indications, very, very penciled in, are that the water entities have no interest in taking land assets. but we will keep an eye on
That could change.
That could change.
It would be nice to
And
know.
it's so much. And there are some that are culturally sensitive. So we've got sensitive land around Papua, for example.
Exactly.
But we might have to say, no, we cannot give this to you. It would be irresponsible as treaty partners to give you this land. So that might be something else that you have a decision to make on. But at the moment, they are saying that they have no interest in taking land, and that their preference would be if, for example, there was already wastewater distribution on that golf course land, they would pay us a rent for using that land or some form of payment for using that land. That's their preference at the moment. They don't want to become big landholders.
That could change it.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
I think that's a really good question. Harry stepped out of the room, and that's his area of expertise is land reclassification. And I know that it's not as simple as just sitting around the table and go, right, let's reclassify this land. It has to go through.
And it would depend on.
Exactly.
And there's a lot.
Yeah, too many unknowns at the moment.
Conversation before you're on the right track.
Yeah, just one more thing on that is we also have to be very careful that we don't become, we have to be very careful that we don't become land dealers.
Yeah.
That we're not keeping that land just to sell it on for more money. We have to be so careful not to have that as our intention. So as much as it would be nice to have a load of money come in from the golf course, we have to make sure that if we decide to keep the land and reclassify it, it's for a strategic or operational purpose. We don't want to start getting into landing.
Yeah.
Do things like cards and count for their forestry, no money in forestry. They're planting a lot of it in Manukas now, but make money off beehives. So you could go somewhere along that line, plant it in Manukas.
They'd be desperately keen that we don't hold on to it to make a loss either.
So you accept losses of defence now. I'll give you a very quick summary as to what a balance sheet does. There is something called the accounting equation. We have lots of equations in accounting, but that accounting equation basically says that your assets are equal to your liabilities and equity. So liabilities and equity equal assets. And that's because your equity is what's left over from your assets after you've paid back all of your liabilities. So you'll see three sections on a balance sheet, the statement of financial position they're now called, assets, liabilities and equity. Equity is the hardest one for people to get their head around because it would be like your share values if you were owning a company. But a lot of it is very nebulous and very fluffy, to use the word for it. So I'll go through it as we go. So current, so that's the other term you have. Current and non-current is a timing thing. Current assets are things that you could realise within the next 12 months after your balance date. So obviously cash sitting in your bank account, you could straight away empty your bank account and realise that. Investments that are less than 365 days or less are current term deposits. As soon as you go to 366 days, they are non-current investments. So that's why when you look at our budget for cash, current investments, and we actually had a very small budget for non-current investments. So we've got all up about 11 million there between those three. So those are our term deposits and our cash in our bank, added all together, just split on a timing basis. We've got 4, 9, and then another 4. So we've got about 15 million between those three different classifications. So we've got 4 million of cash in our bank or in 30-day term deposits, 4.5 in other investments, term deposits, and then 4.5 in longer term investments. And the reason why that's different balance between what we were planning in the long-term plan and the actual is because we started to get some really good interest rates offered to us through the year. So we started to lock more cash away for longer. So to get more of an interest rate, we started to lock it away for longer. The interest rates that we were predicting in the long-term plan, you may as well have just left all your money in the bank as cash. We just weren't getting anything for it. So that's what we budgeted to have that liquidity. So. Debtors and other receivables are things that we have invoiced for, but not yet received. So included in there is, and as we'll see later on in note 10, is rates receivable, for example. So the rates instalment has gone out and it hasn't yet been paid, that sort of thing. Invoices for rent that hasn't yet been paid, that sort of thing. So again, it's very much a timing thing. When you set your budget, you just have to go out of all the invoices that we've made towards the end of the year, how much of it do we expect to still be outstanding on 30th of June? So that's a pretty good guess, I think. Inventory, we only have rubbish bags and water tanks. Like 10 water tanks, and we count that as inventory, sort of thing, waiting for people to come and buy an emergency water tank. So we do a stock take of those every 3 months. And someone gets the enviable job of counting all the rubbish bags that we've got in the storage. And non-current assets held for sale. So this is any land and buildings that council have made a decision within the next 12 months they're going to sell. So this, in the LTP, we didn't know that we were going to sell any land in this coming year. Towards the end of the year, a decision was made to put Hutchings Metal Pit up for sale. And that's the value of the metal pit. And actually the sale went through a couple of weeks ago, I think. So we have to move it out of our property, plant and equipment into that non-current assets held for sale, because we're expecting to realise it within the next 12 months.
So it's a factor of history in the way we used to do, regional councils used to do loading. They used to have little bits, literally own land to store gravel if they were going to be doing operating contracts and so forth. We've had, and so we've slowly been getting rid of them over time.
So where's that one that you sold, Hutchins?
That's up it's the one on the right hand side by whatever the road is that goes out.
Yeah, by Menston's old club, above Menston's old house.
People wouldn't know.
Some years ago, we actually had a whole heap of holding paddocks around the place for stock and a whole raft of things. And there was some work done around that, I think, back in 15, 16. And a lot of that asset was either put up for sale.
Charlie, sorry, does it imply that losses are ring fenced? I'm sorry, I could.
Losses on land. So Martin mentioned that you might want to aim to make a loss on land so that you can use the loss against something, but land and buildings and and we don't pay income tax anyway, so it's they're exempt from income tax. So theoretically, a lot of people may be doing that, may have done that in the past, tried to make a loss on their rental property so that they could offset it against their salary income, but they actually can't do that anymore anyway. So
thank you.
Even if we were an income tax applicable, so non-current assets are mostly things that people actually like to pick up and look at. And so we have long-term investments, obviously. We have a few shares in things like we have some shares in Wellington Water. So when we joined them as a partner, we purchased some shareholding within Wellington Water. The other one, main one, is Civic Finance, who handle our insurance. We have some shareholding in them. Again, we're not share dealers. It's for the purpose of joining them in a partnership, we purchased some shares from them. It's sort of a marriage certificate in effect of that relationship. So.
And important, like Wellington Water, we don't get a dividend. So normally you get a dividend. This isn't.
Yeah.
Money that
Share value increase.
One thing I will be so where I'm expecting some change for the final annual report, I will point it out as I go along. One of those things is our Civic Financial shares may be revalued before we actually publish the final figures. So this amount here might go up a little bit. So yeah. And when I deliver that final annual report to you all to sign off, I will also be highlighting anything that's changed from this copy, from this version here, so that you are fully aware of what you're signing off.
Charlie, even though it's a very small amount of money, if Three Waters does go ahead and Wellington Water ceases to exist, do we get compensation back for that component?
No idea.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look at the original agreement, but it's only $50,000 worth of.
Oh, it's 50 grand. That's not 131.
No, that's Wellington Water plus Civic Financial is 101.
In relation to currency.
And this one,
Could ask that question. Anyway.
9K. So we've got $9,000 of holdings in forestry. The rest of that is our carbon credits, and as you can see, that's again where we've revalued the carbon credits from 120,000 last year. They've almost doubled in value this year, so that's why that has changed. That's our investment properties, where I was saying we rent out those properties, so that's the revalued value of those. So from last year, gone up to from 14.3 to 15.7. Considerable amount of that was this building. Yeah. And intangible assets, we've done a little bit of development, so we've spent a little bit of money on those, but then there's some depreciation, amortization come out of that. So we're increasing 73 to 84. Our main increase is in our property, plant and equipment line. So this is all of the things like land, buildings, pipes, cars, everything. I actually would like, if I was designing the accounting rules, to break this down further, but that's what we get to break it down to. So this is all your touchy, hands-on, you can see it or dig it up or whatever assets.
So whereabouts assets such as, for example, I don't know, the square here in Martinborough, Stellable Park and right now.
So Stellable Park we've sold.
Oh, we've sold.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's talking about the small sellable park in the.
Oh, the end of the town.
Right, yeah. So all of that will be in here. So we've got a list of all of it.
In which line?
In that property plant, unless we're classing it as a investment property and we're receiving rent, like commercial rent on it. We put it in that one there. And you'll be able to see those 13 and 14 and 15 break those down a little bit further.
So what is our relationship to this building?
We are the owners of the building.
Yes,
Yeah.
And the land.
Something like a Great Town Meeting Shed, what's that?
And we own the land, we don't own the bed shed.
They pay rent on the, being on the.
So that's the property.
In all, well, this building is an investment property.
Oh, the property. Yeah.
So
we're not broke.
all our investments are just a touch, assets are just a touch under $600,000. But
600 million. 600 million.
bear in mind that one heck of a lot of that is your infrastructure. And I don't know about you, but there's no appetite to go out and dig up those pipes and sell them to make money and reduce our rent.
And then
So, again, if anyone comes up to you in the street and says, oh, you've got $600 million worth of assets, why aren't you selling some of those in order to reduce our rents? Want us to dig up the roads and the water pipes and things? We just can't do it. So,
But Charlie, you raised a really interesting point there, and if you think Greytown, where the men's shed is on, there was a lot of commentary about people who said, sell the land, reduce our rates. Well, you actually can't do that because if you sell an asset, the money goes into reserve for that asset. So you can't just you can't sell land and say, oh, we're going to reduce rates. It goes into a fund that then you need to use to buy a similar sort of asset.
you have to consult on that anyway.
You would have to consult.
and it has to be for best and highest use. So we can't just agree with a person in the community to sell it to that person specifically. It has to be tendered out. So it's a lot more complicated than.
Nice and transparent.
So on the other side of things, out of our assets, what do we owe? So I'm doing this a bit slowly so it doesn't jump ahead. So out of our assets, I always like to think of this as if South Wairarapa District Council stopped operating on the 1st of July in the following year, we'd have our assets there available to us. We'd have to pay some things back. So the liabilities are the things that we'd have to pay back. And this top one is just your invoices that you've received at the end of the year, but you haven't physically paid them yet. Employee entitlements, so we'd have some annual leave to pay out to the staff if we just terminated them all on the 1st of July. We have a provision, we only have one provision, we don't do much with it. It's for potential costs in the future of Bonnie Glen landfill. So we save a little bit of money aside potentially for that each year. And the due within the next 12 months portion of our loans is 3.3 million. Now, that is actually budgeted to be rolled over. So although we might borrow a loan for over 30 years, that's our planned length of the loan, we actually take it out in 5-year chunks. So every 5 years, we would roll that over. So we have a lovely process from the loan company where they say, oh, we're going to demand you pay back this loan. So as the loan's maturing, you need to pay it back, but you're taking out a new loan, so we'll use that money to pay for the old loan. So it's a bit of a fussy cash flow process, but it's a bit, but we have to class that as technically it is due within the next 12 months. We will borrow again for it, but technically we have to pay that back.
So we normally borrow through local government,
LGFA.
LGFA funding, yeah.
That's a very good rate.
Can you explain what that is, Charlie?
So Local Government Funding Authority is a group of, I think there's about 28 councils that got together and pooled their borrowings so that they're able to go out to the market, because they obviously borrow with someone else. They go out to the market with a better position, far better than we'd ever be able to get. Economies of scale. And they also operate a green loan scheme at the moment. So if we wanted to do a project that we borrowed for and it could be classed under the criteria as a green project, then they have even more preferential rates than their normal rates for that. So that might be one thing we consider in the LTP. Have we got any green projects that we could fund from a loan?
Charlie, what would constitute a green project?
That's their criteria. I'd have to look more into it. I didn't know.
Isn't something
They have a specific criteria.
say we want to solve routes of buildings.
Essentially, I'm not sure what their criteria are. Yeah. We can find that out before we start getting into the LTP. And then due more than 12 months away, that's that part of that provision. So we've got 350,000 that we've provided total for that Bonnie Glen provision. And the rest of it is just all our other loans that are not due within the next 12 months. So total loans is 26.4 million. And most of that is water, and specifically beyond that, wastewater.
We have a self-imposed ceiling limit on borrowing, do we not? Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting one. That's that one I mentioned last week of our debt ceiling.
Yep.
Is that we don't borrow more than causes us interest costs of 12% of rates. So as long as our interest costs stay below 12% of our rates revenue, that's our ceiling.
Right.
But if your interest rates go up to 12, 15%, you don't borrow any more, you're still going to breach that threshold potentially. And the other way is we could have borrowed $5 million last year when it was at 3% interest rates, and that would have been still sticking within that threshold. So it's a very interesting one. And when you start to get into the LTP process, that might be a part of the policy that you choose to review and actually have a dollar borrowing limit compared to your annual income or something like that. That would be a more expected measure. Makes more sense to me anyway. Yeah.
Financial benchmarks are in this report.
Yeah.
Right.
They were set as part of the LTP, but you do have flexibility on reviewing
Some of
them
them.
and resetting some of them. One of the pedantic things about them is they must be presented in a certain colour, in a certain font. So, but those are part of the financial strategy, and the financial benchmarks are part of the LTP review.
So this would have an impact on our Three Waters reform. If we were to lose those assets, it would also lose the ability to borrow as well, because we no longer have those assets. So
yes, that's right. It's on both sides. So you'll lose the assets, but then you'll lose the loan. But then you're left with roading and a few things.
When we met with the National Transition Unit Finance representative, he did say that we were actually in a very strong position in terms of how much debt we have compared to our income. And even after you strip out water, we're still in a very good position, whereas some other councils are looking at breaching their benchmarks as soon as the transition happens. So, yeah.
The OCR is supposed to go, speak to go 75 basis points as well, which they won't.
that's expected. Yeah.
Well, our total loans are 26.4 million. Of that, waters
30%.
22, 21, 21.
22,
So
yeah.
we've reported those figures to the NTU and lots of other stuff. So, you know, one of the questions is, will they take all of our loans? Water? Will they take
Definitely.
100% of the loan? Will they decide another methodology to take the loans, let alone the assets? So there'll be an asset valuation, there'll be a loan valuation, there'll be all sorts of interesting things. that-
So we might be a landlord to the new entities, basically, to lease the land to them to disperse. Yeah.
It just, you can't go too far into it because it's so uncertain.
I understand. Yeah. Headaches.
Building an aeroplane as they're flying it.
Yeah, which is what Treasury
Who
and
would get in
Government.
an aeroplane?
Sorry,
Who would get in an aeroplane that wasn't built?
well, this government does.
Treasury and Government.
And DIA, that's how they do everything.
This is live. This is live.
So just to point out where that compares to our budget, so our planned position, LCP, we had got nearest at 30 million, $26 million of loans actual, 26.4, and we had a 28 plan. Main reason for that is we had a plan in the last financial year to purchase some land for green space in Greytown. That project has been delayed, so we're expecting that purchase to happen this year, and we'll add that to our loans. So we don't go, oh, in the LTP we plan to borrow X amount of money, let's borrow X amount of money, even though the spend hasn't happened. Some councils do, they just borrow what their plan says to. But we don't. As I said before, we borrow per project. So because that project's been delayed, we haven't borrowed for it yet. So
One of the challenges on that is Wellington Water and how we might determine what the CapEx program looks like, but then things change. And our loan and funding structure is linked into different components. So if Wellington Water decide to reinvest the money somewhere else, they haven't possibly taken into consideration how we said we would fund it in the AP, the LTP. And from my limited observations with Wellington Water, they don't understand local government's borrowing structure and rating structure. They just move things around.
Shuffle.
And then as they come to us and say they're over budget.
Exactly. Yeah.
So we had a sort out with the chair and executive on this particular issue. So, because one of the issues was that they were looking at a 3-year capital program. And so from their perspective, it didn't matter whether we spent it this year, next year or whatever. And we said, no, what we've put on the annual plan is what we spent. And they've accepted that. So it's very important.
One question, Charlie, on that, 3 million that we have drawn down into green space. We've rated for that, though, haven't we?
1 million.
Oh, the loan that we
We have not drawn it down, so we only rated so far for the first year's contributions, but of course that's gone into the reserve straight away. So
goes in.
yeah.
So because we passed it in the annual plan, it's rated, but even though we haven't drawn it down.
Yeah, so we put it to one side so that we don't use it on anything else.
Good.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that.
And Charlie, and council has taken out loan and granted that to Coronary College for the gymnasium.
So Coronary College, yes, had a $1 million loan.
However, that project
5 years.
started yet.
Yes, it has started.
All right.
Yeah, so that started at the beginning of this year. So
So has it actually started? Have they got consent and now
they've had.
trouble already?
Yeah.
So one of my questions early in the year, this year, was that we had granted that through our LTP, and that money had been drawn down on a loan and given to Coronary prior to any project commencement date. So I guess my question was, why was that allowed to happen?
That's an operational thing that I don't
Okay,
know what
all
the
right.
decision was. I just.
So the project cost obviously doesn't just start when you put the thing in the soil. There's architectural design, there's resource consent, there's a whole range of costs that start before you actually put anything in the soil. So we've subsidised not just the build, but also the total project cost to, from flow to go. Right. So when they started going for all the design, all the work, that's when we transferred the funding.
And my understanding is that the Ministry of Education are holding that money. it's not held.
Yeah, which is another point, I guess. At the end of the day, it could have been sitting in our bank account. We could have been keeping it until such time as they actually needed it. And because it's only a contribution, MED were funding the rest, or the community were funding the rest, or Curlew community. Yeah, surely those charges that you're talking about, Harry, would have been offset by the ministry, and our contribution would come in as the construction.
I think it's.
No, we didn't. We tagged it to the total project cost,
Okay,
not the just,
okay.
as I said, the built.
Anyhow, that's fine. So, yeah.
Because you need the money to build the thing, or they need
Yeah.
to build. the
Yeah,
thing.
look, it's exactly the same with Hinakura. You know, we're going to spend, somewhere over $1 million on professional services. We're already spending money on the, all the assessments and all that kind of stuff. And it's just, engineers and professional services, and not, so you don't take out your loan when you start building the road. It's the same principle.
And even still, there's no guarantee that road will be built.
But that's a different story. But I'm just saying that's exactly the same example.
Stuff you've got to do before you can even make a
It's
decision.
still the pre-work that needs to be done.
I just wanted to check what I heard. The money to Curlew College, is it a loan or is it a
Loan funded.
We borrowed
Loan funded,
to grant fund.
correct.
So we gave them the money, but we borrowed in order to give them money.
So it's a grant for them.
It's a grant to them that we have loan funded. Yeah. Because
But
they
we-
don't have the power
To
to
get something back from that, it's not so much a grant, but it's I suppose it's it's an investment, yeah.
Yeah, because the community are going to be able to access that facility as well, but yeah. And then once you've taken all of your liabilities off of your assets, you're left with what's left, which is the equity. And this really is the only bit of that matters in terms of what you can do with it. So although technically the whole lot, the whole 565 million is what the ratepayers own. So much of it is bundled up in those assets, you can't use it. 28 million of that is in those special reserves. So there's depreciation reserve, infrastructure. There was one for the Wahinga Centre when we were doing the building work on here. Senior housing and things like that. So that's what it's made up of. And that is broken down in a separate note that you can look at what each of those has. So that's really the only part of it that council has the ability to use for things, but it's all tagged to specific purposes.
And Shane, I suppose that one of those ones about that is that given that we all come from 3 different towns and the contributions from development for that particular reserve is paid for there, even though it's in one fund, previous councils have kept a sort of line of balance. It's not official, but it sort of said, Featherston Developments put that money in. And that can go to Featherston, or that can go to Greytown, or that can go to Martinborough. Whilst it's not a hard and fast rule, it's sort of it's generally thereabouts. Because you've got all this development occurring in Greytown, and so Greytown's line of column of reserve is going like that, and with a very little development in Featherston, I think is actually a negative. I think.
Okay, yeah,
That's pretty.
Yeah.
So it's not the same money going in, so it's not fair.
the whole, just,
Yeah, but I'm just saying that how it's, I'm not saying it's hard fast rule, but it's
That's how it's.
Charlie, just going back to that college, Jim. So that $1 million, is that class as we own part of that asset and that million's an asset?
No, that's why it's a grant. Yeah. So, yeah, we have no control over that asset.
But it will be community used.
Yeah.
So we have a head agreement. And so we signed, they had, before we gave them the money, they signed a heads of agreement that provide the public with access, hours and those types of things. And we sorted out how people would do that, and that kind of thing. So I mean, that's the whole reason for funding. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And it's not an investment for the school.
I was wondering if we keep part of the asset.
Because it's owned by the Ministry of Education.
It's things like the same with the Taranaki Bridge. It's grants that we've received the money in and granted it to the Greytown something.
Trails Trust.
Then they're going to give us the assets, so we'll have another asset this year. So yeah, similar thing. If we don't own it, control it, we can't class it as an asset. So, yeah. I am conscious of time. We've got half an hour. The auditor is going to.
We just take 5 minutes.
5 minutes, yeah.
Have a street.
I can't.
The good thing is, we don't have to pay any maintenance.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Right, Russell.
Right. Hey, gentlemen. Right.
I think you'll find it was Harry that's talking to me.
So,
Okay.
We're back online, people.
Everyone. All disappeared.
covered our second statement, balance sheet.
That's not good to do with the basket.
What's the cash flow? Oh, double.
Can't have that. What have you got there?
That I didn't bake. Yeah. Fresh.
Oh, sure. Arctic. Yeah, good idea. On.
Okay, so
Even with your work, what
now that in the annual report that you've been sent, there was a formula that didn't flow through for the cash flow statement. None of you noticed.
Oh, what was that?
You noticed that we had a $95 million decrease in our cash over the year.
Like trying to hide something.
The $95 million loss.
Yeah.
It's in brackets too. It's quite clear.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, that we lost $95 million of cash. Well, I'd certainly know that. So what I've done is, and I will send this out to you, is we've corrected the error. I'll send this out as a separate page. So I won't dwell too much on the cash flow statements because to a certain extent, it's just part of what we do. So the cash flow statement, you can have a look at this separate copy that I send you. Essentially, you break the cash down into three separate activities. Cash from operating activities, cash applied to operating activities. So in here, you've got all your actual cash receipts from your rates and things like that. Your cash payments for things that are operating. And you'll notice there that the regional rates, they collect the cash and just pay it straight out. So it's just a net zero thing. And then you go to, so we had, what you end up there with is if it's a positive figure, you've overall received 9.9 million more than you've paid out for operating activities. Then you have investing activities. So we invest in term deposits and shares. Well, not shares so much, but term deposits. We've received back money from term deposits. So effectively, we've only slightly increased our term deposits over the year. And we've paid out cash for our PP&E of just under 11 million. So
you don't really do share, but you just
we have to call it that, yes, yeah. We have to write the full line out, yeah. And then you have borrowing activities or financing activities. We don't do much of anything else. So it's just what we've drawn down in public debt and what we've repaid in public debt. So you remember how I said that we tend to roll our loans over. So we have repaid $5.9 million of loans in the last year, but we drew down 7.9. So the 2 million difference was what we increased our loans by. So 5.9 of that was just a rollover. 2 million was the increase. And that was $1.8 million worth of water loans and 200,000 of loans for the prior agreed council office refurbishment. So because we haven't spent all of the agreed 500,000 of council refurbishment. Again, we only borrow what we actually spend at the time. So, and that's your cash flow statement. So the correct amount is that we've increased our cash by $676,000 a year. So
Is that due a lot to interest rates and stuff, or what would that?
some of it is, and just people paying us quicker, that sort of thing. So yeah.
It's really
It's such a small amount of money in the grand scheme of things that you can almost treat that like a zero. It really is such a small amount of money. And the way we hold that is cash and cash equivalents and short-term investments.
This is another specific document.
Yeah, it's really, I mean, good for you to see it, look through it, but there's really no decision making it. So, yeah.
So Charlie, just noticed on there with the rates paid to the regional council. How come that's $250,000 more than it was budgeted for? I would have thought the budget would be pretty much, you would know what was coming in or out, or was there some?
The budget was done with the LTP.
Yeah.
Some years ago.
So we had to make an assumption as to what their rates increase was.
Yeah.
And their increase was actually 12% last year. We had guessed at 7%. Yeah.
And remember the same timing, you know, they go, we set our annual plan virtually at the end of June.
Yeah.
And so it's too late by the time it's mocked up, you know, so we have to take a punt earlier there, what they think it's where they think it's going to land. Whole different question, not necessarily about what it ends up at on the 30th of June.
Because it's just a cash in, cash out, it honestly doesn't matter anyway.
Charlie, we get about 75K a year for providing that service to regional council, do we not? So where do we see that on our budget? Is that
That's in our income, it's in operating income.
Yeah.
We're a collecting agent for Greater Wellington Regional Council, and we get a set fee for
collecting their rates?
How much was the fee, sorry?
About 75K a year.
I think it's about $12 a rate.
Yeah, something like that.
And that's what we're saying last week, where our rates went up 6%, but Greater Wellington went up 12%.
Yeah.
People don't understand that.
We copped the flat.
So in Finance 101 last week, I mentioned that one of the really useful statements for you to look at is what is called the funding impact statement. And there is one called whole of council, which is this one. And then in each significant activity, they have their own funding impact statement. So the reason this is really useful is because it shows you our sources of operating funding. So obviously our big one there being our general and targeted rates. And then fees and charges, subsidy grants, interest is always a small deal, and various, so petrol tax, infringement fees, other receipts, so a little venue hire for this place and things will go into there. So it's a really useful way of looking at what money we've had in for operating things, so for actually running the business. And
this is called the FIS.
Yeah, we call it FIS, funding
impact statement. So we do one for whole of council, and then for each significant activity in the annual report, you have to do one for each significant activity. So they're in part 2 of the annual report, and it's simply taking this and breaking it down by significant activity, which is set by your LTP and your annual plan. So you will see these in the second part of the annual report, but they're simply a version of this. And we won't spend any time going through them in the second part because this is summary version. But they are a requirement to present to FISs, and FISs come up in a lot of legal statutory documents.
They're very prescribed, so we can't change the wording of what they call the layout, anything. That's all very much prescribed by the Local Government Reporting Act. So
what about the colour? Is the colour prescribed?
The colours are nice. The colours are mine. Well, they're our logo colours.
Yeah.
The uniform annual general charges, what does that cover?
So
you're going to be doing a rating
review.
So that'll be covered tomorrow. So that'll go through all those rating mechanisms, explain them in considerable detail.
The useful thing in the per activity one is you get to see how much of the overall rates goes into each activity. It's a really useful statement to look at, actually. And then correspondingly, how we apply that funding. Unfortunately, it's quite a big line there. It's all payments to staff and suppliers. So everything we pay out for goes in one line. They don't allow us to break that down any further. It's kind of handy to see. And then you end up with either a surplus or deficit of operating funding. But of course, if you remember, as part of what we rate for, there's some money to go into reserves for that. So that's where you see that in the second half.
Do we think that the payments to staff and suppliers line is where the public perception of our staff being paid exorbitantly high rates comes from?
Not much of that. When we get to a couple of the notes later, we'll see the.
I'm not in any way
Absolutely.
saying that is the case. I'm just wondering if that's where the perception comes from.
It's our council managers.
And unfortunately, the way it's named to staff and suppliers, it kind of looks like the staff get the first, like the chunky amount, and then
It's misleading.
Would it not be better to say staff wages and salaries and supplies, or?
We cannot rename that as well.
You can't change these.
Fill the blank.
It's fact. But when we go to the notes, some of them.
Yes, summary.
Further.
And then the second half of the table, the bottom half shows the sources of capital funding. We got some grants from that Three Waters stimulus that last year. Development and financial contributions are in here. So this is all the sources for our capital funding. There's that $2 million of debt that we drew down. And the reason we separate this one out, so this is the subdivision contribution. So you've got financial contributions from the development and then the subdivision ones. And then what did we spend? What did we apply that capital funding to? And this is another nice one. It shows you the balance of what our capital spend was for increasing demand. We call that grow. What was for improving our level of service, improve, and then renewals is replacing existing assets. You can see there that by far and away, we spent more money on replacing things because they're just aging. And in our budgetary column, we had a much more even split. We thought we were going to spend a lot more on improving and growing our infrastructure, and we unfortunately just had to spend it on the renewals part of things. So
Just want some contributions to saying subdivision.
this is the subdivision part of it that goes into the open spaces reserve.
Where does that come from? How do we get that?
Paid for by developers.
All right, okay.
So part of their contributions is for subdivisions, part of it is for financial contributions again. And then we increase the reserves. So those are the things, for the balance of what we had here that goes into our reserves for the future. And you end up with exactly the same amount opposite. So you end up with a nice netting off. So we've had a surplus from operating activities. We had a deficit for capital activities. You end up with a net. So you always should have a zero.
Balanced budget.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be balanced.
So on the capital funding, those top three categories, everything we do has to fit into one of those categories, and particularly Wellington Water. So it's not, oh, we're just going to get some capital funding and apply it this way. It has to fit this criteria. And then when it's in that criteria, it has to fit the funding criteria. So some of our asset replacements might be loans or not, but that's
generally we fund growth from infrastructure reserves. So obviously if we're needing to build a new park or add some pipes in, we use the infrastructure reserves for that. Generally, we fund improvements from loans, and generally we fund replacements from our depreciation reserves. We're not committed to those. That's a decision of council how to fund things. So if, for example, we needed to do a big renewal and there was no money left in the depreciation reserves, or you didn't want to take it out of the depreciation reserve, you could borrow for it. It's not a hard and fast rule, but that's our general way of funding those three things.
I suppose there's a balance too, like if you take the pipeline down to Papawai, that was a replacement, but it was also an increase. So it might be a bit of both.
CapEx and OpEx.
Yeah.
And that's why we have to be quite strict with Wellington Water and what category are we doing this work and how are we funding it. They don't have that similar understanding that they want to move things about. Anyway, everything we do in capital has to be categorised. Now, the funding impact statements for all of the significant activities, we submitted the water ones to the ETU, the National Transition Unit, so they could see what we spend our money on.
So each significant activity is broken down by that type of spend.
So I will take this opportunity. It's 5 minutes before this time was due, but we've finished the statements. So before rather than break into the notes, we'll introduce Jack. He's our audit partner. So he's going to talk about a little bit about audit's role.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacques Toy. I'm the appointed auditor for South Wairarapa District Council. So my role in relation to council is to express an audit opinion on your annual report. So that covers the financial statements and also the non-financial performance information. So essentially, I sign off your opinion on behalf of the Auditor General, John Ryan. So he's delegated that responsibility to me. Just thought it would be a good opportunity to just pause today and just come and introduce myself, given that there's new council members, and also just have a quick sort of 5-minute discussion around the respective responsibilities of audit versus that of council, and which can also be delegated to management. Before I get into anything, is there any sort of pressing questions or anything from anyone?
Just the length of time it's taken to do an audit in this day and age, obviously way behind. We're nearing the end of the year. Perhaps you could explain to councillors why this delay has occurred.
Yep, happy to do that. And I think probably, as you say, in this day and age, it is taking a bit longer. I don't know if you're familiar with the current resourcing constraints that the audit industry is facing, and there's been some recent communication from the Deputy Auditor General to the Chief Executives, and I think that would have
been last week to council. Yeah.
So essentially, what to explain it to you, sort of in a simplistic manner, is we've got a massive resourcing deficit, which was compounded by COVID. So essentially, our resourcing model previously was predicated on using supplementation staff. So what that is we obtain staff members from other audit firms during our busier times, during our peak times, to support our workloads. And when COVID came along, borders closed, those firms were unable to bring people in from overseas, which is the usual secondments that they rely on. And therefore, they were unable to supply us with additional resources to supplement our workforce. And then couple that with internal attrition. So we're essentially sitting with a double resource gap that we need to fill. Now, we've been pulling various levers and exploring different options and have been successful to some degree in obtaining additional resources. But unfortunately, this is what we see as a 2 to 3 year solution to the problem. It's not going to be fixed overnight. So what the Auditor General has done is he's gotten all the relevant approvals and had legislation amended for 2 years, which this year is the last year, to essentially have a relaxation of the statutory timeframes to the 31st of December, whereas usually that would be October. Now, what he has signaled very strongly is by next year, we should be back in cycle. There is no more relaxation of these rules. The legislation of next year requires it to be signed before 31st of October. And internally, that is certainly the timeframes that we are working towards. Obviously, we still have some challenges that we're working through, and this year is still posing some significant challenges to us, but we're doing the best that we can with the situation that we face.
So obviously the Auditor General is satisfied that there are reasonable processes in place to mitigate any risks.
So quality is
checks and balances
at the forefront. So that is why we've actively taken the decision to defer some audits into the new year. And that so that we can put the requisite amount of resources on the right engagement, so that we don't have a situation where audit quality suffers as a consequence.
Yep. Thank you.
So as you know, our final audits restarting or finishing off 5th of December. And there's risk that we won't get the audit management letter in time for adoption on the 14th of December. So we are aware of, we're working together to try and see.
So what will we do if it's not ready for us to sign?
Well,
into December.
If the management letter from Audit New Zealand's not ready,
yeah,
in time for, we close on the 23rd of December, but our last council is on the 14th.
Yeah.
We can't adopt the annual report.
Okay.
So that means that's a breach of statutory requirements. And that will be a note on the management letter caused by Audit New Zealand unable to complete the audit on time. There are no repercussions for council. It's really a statutory issue that we hope won't happen again. So it's not ideal, but we're trying to work towards getting as much ready for audit to do their final work.
Excellent.
A couple of weeks.
And that's why we walk through this now.
Yeah.
So we're not rushing it all at the end of,
So what we're trying to do today is to give you as much comfort and confidence in the annual report as it stands. The financial statements will change. It won't be material, but we don't know to what extent. You will then have some comfort of what you're presented with. We will tell you those changes. So when you go to adoption, you are informed of what they look like and what their purpose is now. So if you didn't have this workshop on the financial statements, you wouldn't know how to read them when it comes to adoption, and you can't really have.
So we can't, without endorsement from the Auditor General, we can't adopt this on the 14th. So therefore it'll.
There is a risk that we won't make that date. There is a chance that we could get you to, what was it?
To a decision via email.
Yeah, so you couldn't adopt the annual report in principle on the 14th of December, and we could circulate an adoption, a final adoption, subject to the management letter. So if we don't have the management letter, we can't adopt anything.
So we need that obviously from the Auditor General.
Yeah.
Is there an expected time frame, or is there like an acceptable time frame for once the audit is completed for that management letter to come?
Part of the challenge is we don't know what Audit New Zealand are yet going to identify. And then the management letter will address those points. We don't know how much time we'll have to address and fix it.
Okay.
Is that right?
So Karen says the management letter that Karen's referring to is the management representation letter. So that essentially is a letter that I will draft up in template format and provide to management to put on their letterheads, etc., but will be signed off by 2 council members. And essentially that asserts various responsibilities on council's behalf. It asserts that council's comfortable with the financial statements and performance information, that you're comfortable that it's a fair representation of your performance. And essentially you can only sign that off once we've identified all of the misstatements, all of the issues, and worked with management on what will be corrected, what will not be, because in that letter we would also need to highlight any uncorrected misstatements, and council would need to be comfortable that those are not material in any respect to council. And that ties in sort of with the purpose of the discussion for today, is sort of just those respective responsibilities. What is council's responsibilities in relation to the annual report? And I think that that's probably something that's quite important for council to understand. And Karen, I don't know how much detail you've already spoken to council about that.
No, but feel free to expand on that. Thank you.
So essentially at a high level, council is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the annual report. Now that responsibility essentially is delegated to management, but council has ultimate responsibility and oversight of that. So that means nothing can be signed off and completed unless council's happy that it's, in their view, correct and accurate. And then coinciding with that, council is also responsible for ensuring that there's appropriate systems, controls and processes underpinning both the financial reporting and the non-financial reporting. Once again, that responsibility to a large extent is delegated to management, but that's still a responsibility ultimately lying with council to ensure that management is implementing appropriate processes and controls. Council's also responsible for ensuring that the council operations are operated in a manner that complies with legislation. So you're ultimately responsible for ensuring legislative compliance, once again, delegated to a large extent to management, and also to operate the council in a manner that is financially viable and complies with going concern principles, which essentially means that you assert that as at the point when you approve the accounts, you're comfortable the council has the financial means to continue an operation for the foreseeable future. Audit's responsibility, on the other hand, is to express an opinion on those accounts and the non-financial performance information. And that essentially means that we've done our due diligence to ensure that the information reported in there is materially correct. Now, materially correct means we don't go and look at every single transaction. We don't go and look at sort of every single legislative requirement. We go and apply what we call professional judgment. So we have the option to essentially go and look at whatever we want. But what we tend to do is determine upfront as part of planning two sets of materialities. One is based on assets, given that council's asset intensive. And that's what we use for auditing all of your, excuse me, property, plant and equipment balances. Then we have a lower threshold, which is applied on the rest of the financial statements. And essentially by the time that we're done with our audit, we're in a position to say materially, these are the misstatements that we've identified, but other than these, everything else is correct to a material degree.
Could I ask a question? And I think I can give a bit of an example. I'm Amanda on the GM of governance and policy. So when Karen and I were looking at the last letter, there were a couple of policies in that letter that were called out as being out of date and needed to be updated for the next audit. So that's why those policies were prioritised for us. So we needed to fix those because the auditor had given us advice that needed to be sorted out. So that's the kind of thing that you guys might tell us, and depending on what it is, what time frame we might have to rectify it within. So that's a bit of an example.
So in terms of Audit New Zealand's involvement with their organisation, you're regularly, Audit New Zealand are regularly looking at us, are they not? We have regular audits all the way through the financial year.
So you have an interim audit in a normal year, you have an interim audit in April, 2 weeks, and then you have final generally in July.
For sign off.
Because you have to have your annual report adopted by the 31st of October. So generally 1 month after balance date, year end date, 30th of June, you would start to think about audit and prepare. So a normal audit would be in August, possibly. Generally on site. That makes it a lot easier, but we do a lot of it electronically. This year, it completely went out the window. Interim was in July, and interim got aborted for various reasons, including COVID. We restarted interim in October, and we never got to do final. We will need to do final in October. So everything just snowballed, but we're not the only council.
And generally, interim, your focus is on testing systems. So we describe what the controls are in our payroll, for example. An auditor will sit there and watch those controls and assess those as to whether they are strict enough to make sure there's no room for material fraud and mistakes and things like that. And then generally the final one focuses more on checking that the transactions on a testing sampling basis reflect the actual position, and checking the actual document complies with all of the legislative requirements as well, generally,
And payroll has extensive testing, sample testing.
And audit will then make opinions on our control systems, and they'll be classified as different levels. So they absolutely insist that these ones really should be changed, or they suggest that it would be a lower risk if we did things this way. So there are levels of suggestion from audit, and we would be a little bit crazy if we didn't implement those risky ones. So yeah.
So as part of the final audit is auditing the annual report. And it's not just the financial statements, it's the non-financial components, KPIs and that. And we talked briefly on Wellington Water, and those non-financial KPIs which were set with DIA and Wellington Water it's common knowledge that most councils can't meet some of those.
So from a councillor's point of view, is that audit report towards the end, or sorry, right at the end, is actually quite important because the auditor feeds back information to council.
Yeah.
And if there are corrective actions, then obviously they need to be implemented.
And
So from that perspective, you know, it really is an important phase within our.
very important, and it may depend, as Amanda pointed out, if there's some policies that are clearly out of date and need updating,
Yep.
that won't stop the adoption of the annual.
No.
But if there is a material financial change, then we have to do that, and we have to reset all the financial statements. So audit will be testing and reviewing the financial statements in the background. This document is a copy of those financial statements. So they do it differently, but when it comes to the non-financial components, they do it on this document. So they were waiting for this document as well, but we had to keep changing it because of the valuations and other things.
No, thanks very much. Yeah, good explanation. I appreciate that. Yeah.
So essentially, as you would have sort of picked up from the conversation, there's two key deliverables from audit. One is our opinion that sits within the annual report that says we're happy with the annual report. And then the second one is a management report, which outlines control deficiencies and improvement points for council. So both of those documents will ultimately make its way up to council for your consideration. The opinion is essentially non-negotiable. That's the position that we land on as Audit New Zealand. And that'll essentially just be our reflection on the information that's there. Whereas the management report is just purely on improvement areas, and that's discussed with management beforehand. For factual accuracy and for them to have the opportunity to comment on improvements already affected, and that can be reported and then we'll filter up to council.
And I think be fair to say, when I started, we had outstanding items from last year's audit that hadn't been addressed. So we couldn't even think about continuing this year. We hadn't finished all the audit points from last year. So we worked hard to clear a lot of that, or we did clear it all. And then there was so there's always improvements to be made. It's just what level of materiality we're talking about.
And if the size of audit didn't find anything, then it means we're not doing our job.
There's always that.
I actually had one audit.
You're like a vehicle inspector. You see, you've got to find a fault.
You need a little few things there.
I had one audit in central government of a very small agency, and what they came back with was obviously, it was quite obvious that they hadn't found much at all and were searching for things. So, yeah.
Right.
No, there's always something, even if you think you've done it perfectly.
Trying to find the flowing light bulb. Yeah.
I think the council is an area that we've looked at closely as conflicts of interest.
Yeah.
And related third-party transactions. So that's something we're just looking at tightening up that process a little bit more. Make sure that, and also me being new and now the two of us working on it, we can prepare so much now for next year's audit. So we're not, sort of
ahead of one.
Yeah. So we can prepare now what we know we need for next year.
Improving our systems.
That we had only found out that hadn't either been done or addressed or came up.
That's it.
Yeah. And just some of our systems improvements are going to improve.
Technology in particular does have gives you a lot of help. So for example, you can put workflows in, and at the moment, every invoice that comes in, Karen and I have to check that the person who signed it has the delegation to that number of dollars manually to see whether that can happen. So there's always a technological possibility that we can build that into our electronic purchase order system, so that if Stefan doesn't have the delegation, it goes immediately up to Harry to do that sort of thing. And then if it's beyond Harry's, it gets put to council. So putting those technological steps in is an improvement in itself. Yeah.
And it's our internal controls, which is part of any risk and assurance committee, is how are our internal controls working?
Trust me, it's a boring exercise. I don't really enjoy doing it anyway. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Any questions for me? Well, look, I'm always available. If anyone has any questions, my contact details are available on Audit New Zealand's website, or alternatively through Karen.
Prefer if they came through me. Yeah.
And
Might be able to answer them.
questions.
Yeah.
Concerns.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming in. Thanks.
Yeah, really appreciate it, actually.
Thank
Good
you.
explanation.
Complex, isn't it? They do
I will keep pushing on through the notes then. Thank you. I'll keep pushing on through the notes. So what we have next is note 1, the statement of policies to our accounts. So this is where we have the ability to make a policy decision about how we treat something financially. This is stated here. And trust me, even I find this stuff boring. So I am absolutely not going to go through note 1 with you today. You are more than welcome to read the entire thing. The only thing that we have changed in note 1 in this year will be the dates of the valuations of those assets. So everything that's in here was in here last year. We have not changed our accounting policy in the last year. So as you can see, it's of how we treat our leases and how we value our assets and things. You're more than welcome to read it all. If you want to go to sleep, that might be a good way to so how we appreciate our assets.
Well, we are doing, I think next year we're due to revalue the libraries. All of their inventory cycle. That'll be interesting.
Reevaluate what?
The libraries.
Oh, libraries, yeah.
The inventory.
Right.
Buildings and books, or just the buildings?
No, sorry.
The library collections.
Yeah.
How often is that?
So all assets are on a 3-year rotation.
Yeah.
And
So that includes our library assets within, yes.
A lot of assets, a lot of digital stuff are now held in the cloud.
Yeah.
And cloud-based things have been, there's a lot of arguing backwards and forwards between accountants and government. Cloud, anything cloud is not an asset. You cannot capitalise anything. Unless you are such a huge organisation that you your data takes up a significant portion of that cloud server. We are such a yeah. Okay. So we'll fly through these rights. Nothing much surprising in here. So this is a breakdown slightly more of our rates revenue. So note 2 breaks down our rates revenue a bit more. And you'll notice that in just our general rate, that's that expected increase that we had for that year 1 of the LTP. So and then we have our targeted rates listed. So you can see that water rates don't come down. And obviously to a certain extent did as well. Refuse pretty much stayed the same. And that's the reason that we put the bag charges up, was not have to increase the refuse targeted rate. We put the cost of the bags up so that people were effectively paying more on a user basis. There's always a balance to that. Do you see an increase in fly tipping? So that's the balance of that decision. Do you put the bags up in order to make the people who use it pay? But then you risk the bags being so expensive that people do. So
I didn't know what that meant until I moved here.
fly tipping.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we have some targeted rates for water. So this is the excess water usage. And again, this is not a revenue gathering purpose. We don't charge for the extra water that people use in order to gain revenue. It's more to encourage people to think about how they're using their water and to identify leaks. We have a very generous water waiver policy, whereas if someone has a water bill for the extra usage that they've used, but can prove that it was down to a leak and they have fixed the leak, we will waive that charge. So that's that sort of reward for fixing your leak, is that we don't send you to debt collection for thousands of dollars of water. So yeah, we are very generous with our water waivers. And as the plumbers in the district will no doubt be aware, they get a fair bit of work in the months after the bills are sent in fixing people's leaks. So, yeah.
That'll all be gone soon after the 3 waters reform.
Yeah.
and a very small amount of penalties. So this is the late payment penalties on our rates. And again, I think I've only turned down one application for people who have a reason why they paid their penalties, their rates late. So once people have actually paid the rates, we give them the opportunity to say why they were late. And most of the time, honestly, they have really good reasons. A lot of it is postage hasn't arrived to them, so they didn't receive their rates bill on time. And we encourage them to sign up by email. Things like they've had to travel to a relative's funeral and things like that. I'm not cold-hearted. The council has a very generous rates remission, penalty remission policy, and we apply that. So we're very nice to people. We don't want to make our ratepayers suffer. We just want those penalties really are to encourage payment on time. They're not as a way we can get extra money to fund things at all.
So that's a $32,000. It's a $32,000 increase.
But of course, the penalties are a percentage basis. So naturally, as your rates go up, the penalty will go up as well. It's not necessarily reflecting an increase in the number of people being charged those late payment penalties.
Right.
It's more to do with the percentage being charged on the outstanding balance. Yeah. So that's those two, breaking those down. Remissions, we've actually reduced the number of rates for remission. So a remission is done when someone can prove that their property was rated incorrectly. So they challenge the value with QV, we will remit the difference based on the recalculation. The majority, the reason for this reduction is that we used to remit rates on that were unpaid on Murray freehold land. 1st of July 21, so the beginning of this financial year that we're looking at now, the law changed and those Murray freehold land, unused pieces of Murray freehold land are no longer rateable. So we didn't put the rates on them in the first place in order to remit them at the end of the year because they hadn't been paid. So, and there are criteria as to what counts as unused and how that's measured. So. Rating based information. So we increased the number of rating units this year, as you always do. You have more properties in the district each year, subdivisions, etc. And the value. So this is the first year that revaluation that was done just before the LTP was adopted is reflected. So you can see that the land value, and this is in even more bigger zeros. So this is a new, so this is $2.7 billion of land has gone up to $3.8 billion of land in the district. $4.7 billion of capital value. Now the difference of land value is what we base our rates on in South Wairarapa. So it's purely just the value of the land. Capital value is another option of how you can rate that. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. And that is the land plus the improvements. So it's essentially the whole thing. Yes.
So that's as of the 30th of this year.
No, those revaluate. Well, it's as at, but the revaluation was done in February last.
Okay.
Yeah. You always do your valuations are based on the 30th of June. Yeah.
Be interesting to see what.
The rating units is a really interesting one because we have to budget on Statistics New Zealand information in terms of best
use informametrics, but yeah.
And this actually is reality. So, you know, we quite often get Wellington come up and talk to us, and I mentioned it before about how Wellington looks at us as part of Wellington. And so we've had a very low growth forecast in terms of actual numbers, but the reality is, as you see, we've had quite a lot of, we're outstripping what their forecast is quite dramatically. So we get that issue with our budget and then our.
Yeah, we also, one thing we'll talk about tomorrow is whether you count your rating units as titles, or there's another option is what's called a SUIP, separately used and inhabited parts. So one of the recent retirement villages that's gone in Greytown has got 2 titles on the whole piece of land. And yet there are currently 16 villas on that retirement village plus the central part. We're only rating them for 2 units.
However, the water rate
Water rates are done separately per
can
connection.
be done,
We keep those two, and
yeah.
the planned development of that village is to have 180 villas on it. And on our current rating model, we will still only charge them two.
So then,
So that's something that I don't want to get into that.
I know, but that's
Do want to.
license to occupy rather than unit title, is that correct?
No,
So-
title, so they've kept all of the villas on one title.
Yes, so they can't provide a separate title, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a crafty buggers.
Yeah. No, they actually were quite willing to
course they
spend
were.
the extra.
Oh, well.
They were expecting a bill for the extra, but because our rating model says we only charge per title, we can only charge per title.
Change that.
Unless your retirement works.
Yes, unless you're. Yeah.
License to put money.
That must be.
So it's not-
So I won't go into this one anymore. This is just our finance, interest revenue and interest costs. We already covered that on the profit and loss statement, so that is just the restatement of that. This is where that grants income is broken down. So in note 4, you can have a look at which of those grant programs we've had this year. And so, for example, the Waihinga Centre last year, we still had 140k of donations, and we just got a $2,000 grant for the statue that's been put in there this year. That was the only income we had from that. But that's through water reform stimulus. So you'll see that 2.8 million total. Not much of it was last year, it was mainly this year. So that's just reconfirming what we've already discussed on that. Assets vesting in council, so we just mentioned that earlier, the $2.4 million worth of assets that we received. And miscellaneous revenue just breaks down that line in the profit and loss statement a little bit further, so you can see a little bit less of petrol tax. Surprisingly enough, beginning of the year when we had some lockdowns in August, people weren't driving around too much, and so weren't get that. With tiny amount of sale on assets.
That, Charlie, that 85k for drip lines at Lake Ferry.
Yeah.
Assets vested in council.
Previous financial year, yeah.
Is that from the damage that was done by contractors?
Yeah, so it was assessed that the replacement part of the project was worth 85,000. But we also took the opportunity to do some improvements.
Yeah.
So Wellington Water just gave us the replacement amount, which was the 85k. And then we've paid for the rest of the upgrade out of a normal CapEx program. We also get given a handful of benches a year and like park benches and things like that. We have to count those as income.
One of the things about the notes to the financials is it explains and compares last year to this year.
Yeah, you don't get the budget line.
No, you don't get the budget line, but you see the movement between years, so it helps you see the detail by comparison to last year.
So again, we've talked about this before. You've got that investment property, the rest properties gain, the carbon credits gain, a little bit of asset disposal, and then the main one was the land and buildings was 10 million and 38 million of infrastructure gains, asset revaluations. The notes just are further detail to things in the statements, really. This is probably one that you'll be more interested in.
Councillor's remuneration.
Yeah.
Coming.
It's coming.
So notes 7 and 24 go into hand in hand. I don't know why we put them so far apart from each other, but we don't. So this is the dollar value of salary costs, and you'll notice that it's gone up by $500,000 from last year to this year. However, 230,000 of that was the extra librarians that we got the funding from the New Zealand Library Partnership Program for. So again, when you're talking to the community, if any of them say, oh, your staff have had $500,000 extra funds this year. No, we actually, half of that was due to extra library programs that we got funding for. It hasn't cost the ratepayers all of that money. So that's a good news story. This is just the Kiwi Saver and the increase or decrease in employee entitlements. So basically what's left of your annual leave entitlement at the end of the year. And that increased annually.
I was just going to say that point about the additional funding, et cetera, regarding librarians. And we are statutorily not allowed to mention that or not.
We do can't separate it out in the figures. We do tend to, so on note 24, we have commented in our staffing numbers increase, how many of those staffing numbers were due to that library program.
So we try to. Just on the increase in employee entitlements, liabilities, that I believe that's an annual audit issue. We all know how hard it is to reduce the annual leave of staff, don't we, Paul? And to be honest, that could have been a lot worse. It's probably not tracking too badly at the moment, but Paul and I constantly monitoring that. But
because we have a legal liability in your books. So,
and so the audit will.
We have about, I'd say about half of our staff. We have a ceiling that we like to not go above. Because it's a well-being issue as well, of course, you know, and we want to be seen as providing every opportunity for staff to take time off, but it's just the reality as well of the workload.
Health and safety issue as well, Paul.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We don't have
an
accident and had all that.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Also a fraud risk.
Yeah.
So I am always very wary of any finance people who refuse to take leave.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Because why? Why are they?
No, it's all.
Can you say that about?
So it's a typical thing in finance fraud is that someone who never takes leave, as soon as they're forced to go on holiday, something's found. So it's not always, but it's a huge case. There's a university within the country where there was someone who was running a grants research program. He hadn't been on leave for years. They made him take a month of leave and they found that a lot of grants were being paid to himself. So it's always a key one with people who handle cash and finance. Make sure they go on holiday.
So we should be very, very pleased when we try to ring or email you and we get an instant response. I am currently
Not very exciting at all. And then there's that lovely word that Colin discovered of the amortization.
Look at those councillors' remuneration.
I'm paying so much.
Yes, the remuneration one.
So much more than last year.
Oh, God.
Of that later.
Oh, that's very nice.
Well, everybody.
Cover those rates remission provisions about projects we didn't make any extra provision this year.
That's a really hard one to provide for or to enact as well.
Cash and cash equivalents, we've seen that already on the balance sheets. This is just the division of how our cash is held in the bank and in short-term deposits.
Well, this is our shares in other organisations.
These are very accounting based. So this is our receivables that we just covers what our interest rates were. So you can see it's gone up from 0.5% to almost a whole percent in terms of what we're getting on our cash. On our investments, we get a lot more.
Amazing.
Yeah, makes sense. Receivables, so the money that we were entitled to collect at year end, so that's where it breaks it down. You can see how much is due to credits yet to be paid, how much is due to other invoices that we've made due to be paid. Impairment of our receivables, that's just how much we think we're not going to collect. And we're actually very good at collecting our debt. Investments is the term deposit side of things. So whenever we take out a loan, part of the conditions of LGFA loan is that we have to invest some bonds with them of a fixed percentage. So we have these borrower notes, bonds. Again, they're not for the purpose of making money on them. they're just a contractual obligation of how we get the access to those cheap loans. So, and our term deposits, you can see here how we've been investing in longer deposits. They're in that non-current position rather than the current, because we've been getting.
So Charlie, you guys keep mentioning these cheap loans. So compared to old Joe Blogs me that wants to go and get a new digger and I pay 8% or whatever.
5.6 at the moment. Yeah. Our average interest rate has gone up over the year, but even more recently than that, we've been getting things like 4.6% for some of our term deposits recently. So it has gone up significantly.
I'll stop. It'll be conflict of interest.
That would, it's not my least of view.
Those small shares and carbon credits that we own. Wellington Water, Civic Financial, and this is that one that might be revalued by the time your final report comes in. Carbon credits has already had the revaluation on there. So last year was 119k, this year is 226k. And small fry, I don't even know why we've got those shares. I'll find out this year.
You have to be able to use them.
Yeah,
we're a member.
how much are we using it? That's the thing. So I finally started to come up to breath.
Could be using it.
From the last few years, I've been so busy with taking my tail that I'm finally starting to be able to look at these tiny things. But why have we got shares in part?
Membership.
That's just a policy statement about how we value shares. Non-current assets for sale. So this is that metal pit that we talked about earlier. So last year we hadn't got any at the end of the year. This year we had that one piece of land. Just breaks it down a little bit there. And this is your investment properties. Show the change from the beginning of the year. We haven't sold any, haven't moved anything out of, say, being a park to being an investment property. We haven't made any additions to our investment properties. You don't depreciate land. So if you ever see depreciation in here, it's the building part of the asset. But because we revalue the asset every year, we wipe depreciation out as part of that revaluation. So you almost never see anything in that line there. The reason there was some last year was because we depreciated the value of the building, but it wasn't revalued. So that's where we've got that $1.4 million of increase. Oh, how am I going to do that one?
Oh, note 15.
Well, it's still my head.
Slide down on the table.
Lie up on the table.
Yeah, so this just goes and says that investment properties were revalued at 30 June and the qualifications of the person that did it. So, yeah.
This is all statutory requirement.
All statutory requirement. The reason I'm going through it quite quickly is there's no surprises in here at all, really. Our intangible assets, we saw that 9.k of addition, offset by 8,000 of amortization during the year. So the increase was the difference. Right. I think what I'll tell you is to have a look in note 15 of the document that you've got. You were going to want to do that because we don't pay for the fancy edging.
We don't pay for the fancy versions. Our roads are screen. I'm all for parsimonious spending. Well done.
Yeah.
It's a night between. What have we got?
So this is a more detailed breakdown of our property, plant and equipment assets over the year. We started out with $570 million, $508. We've added $13.4 million of assets. Tiny, like it's not even rounding up to $1,000 of disposal. We transferred, remember that $6,000 metal pit? We transferred that out of land and into properties intended for sale. The main difference that we've had in the books is so we had depreciation and then cancelled it when we did the revaluation. So the main difference between what we started the year at and ended is that 13 million of additions and the 48 million of revaluations. That's how you get from opening balance to closing balance. This just breaks down by type of asset.
So we those commonly known as PPE. It's our property, plant and equipment schedule. And like a lot of the stuff, we have two schedules this year and last year for comparison.
Yeah, but don't take that we've made a mistake and included table twice. Second table is just last year's version of the same thing. And obviously, if you tried to put last year's in this one table as well, it would be so complicated.
So you'll see from that, you know, roads is quite a big component of our assets, our PPEs. It's a big component. It's too long.
Yes. Oh, that's that last year's one. Different way of cutting the depreciation by significant activity instead of by asset type, same information. Creditors with another payables, so what we owed at the end of the year. So we had 252K of people who paid their rates actually in advance. We have to recognise that as a liability on the book. Most of it was things that we owed to companies and suppliers, $3.5 million.
Shows a liability.
Employee entitlement, this is just that increase in the accrued pay. So there was something like 4 days at the end of the year that we hadn't paid people for, so we accrue that. And annual leave entitlement, we see that increase that we had. Visions is just that landfill one. Borrowings, so just showing the increase of the $2 million borrowed over the year. If I am going too fast for any of these, I'm just dropping over because we've already talked about most of it. This one to get to the remuneration one. Yeah, so this one is your equity shows how your reserves have changed over the years, and that one again. So we've got that 28 million of reserve things that we can use that for, but it's tagged for specific purposes. So that's just how it breaks it down. And again, I will be sending you out a replacement copy of this note because we hadn't at the time got the revaluation put into it. So the replacement that I'll send you just shows that 48 million, how it's broken down into our assets.
Carly, with the likes of community boards and the managing of the allocation of funding for grants and that, where does that show up on the?
It's just part of the grants
It
expense.
is. Okay, yeah.
And it's set in the budget. So it's part of your annual plan and long-term plan discussions.
Yeah. So it's not broken down.
No.
No, okay, yeah. Like Main Street Beautification Fund, I think, which gets about 10 grand a year for each town, is it?
Yeah, I mean, we do financial reports to each community board meeting. So those are publicly available and people can look at those, but they're on such a small amount of money that they don't even show on here. Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Capital commitments and operating leases. So at the end of the year, we had a commitment to pay Fulton Hogan for the remaining years of their contract. So each year we've lost another year of that contract. We're a year further into that contract. So it should always reduce by 1 year's worth of contract. So that's just what that is. And we had ordered something for Payne Farm. I forget what it was.
Fencing.
Yeah, yeah. So we put that as a commitment. We have to pay it, but we haven't paid it yet.
So that fund is managed by Martinborough Community Board, is it not?
Governed by Martinborough.
Governed by, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't hold the budget for that.
They don't have any delegated authority. But they direct decisions very much in the way of any
Delegated.
But to a certain extent, we have to account for the income and costs as a responsible landlord. So if the landlord regulations change, that's why we had to spend a lot of money the previous year getting the properties up to the new Tenancy Act. Operating leases. So this is our money that we're entitled to have come in. So we have got lease agreements with our tenants. Over the next 5 years, we are entitled to 460k of rental income contractually. And conversely, we have a tenancy on the Greytown office and a rental agreement with the photocopiers and printers that we have. So those are our 207k of payments that we need to make out. So just like that. Contingencies. So contingents are, you only recognise a commitment if you know for sure you're going to have to pay it out. The way you would recognise a contingent is where you are probably going to have to pay something out. And only if you can measure or quantify that amount you're going to have to pay out or receive. It could be something where, so usually this is court cases. So we used to recognise a contingent liability on the Carter Holt Harvey leaky buildings court case that we could potentially have had to pay something out on that. That matter was settled a couple of years ago. If we had an employee grievance that was going through or something like that, we would recognise that here as we think on the balance of probabilities that we're going to have to pay out X amount of money. And we always get that confirmed by the legal firm that's handling the case for us. So it's not just us deciding, it's a qualified opinion on that. So this one is just a statement as to the creditworthiness of LGFA, where we get our loans from, and makes statements about their borrowings as a whole. So they've got $16.8 billion loaned out at the moment. So we are a very tiny amount of that. Sorry. So this is probably the one that, again, you sort of handy know that we might get questions from in the community. Note 24. So this is our councillor remuneration. Obviously, we haven't changed the number of council members. That stayed steady. And as you saw earlier, we didn't give you, well, we don't give you pay rises anyway. They're designated by the remuneration authority. So, and this is our executive management team, the executive leadership team, sorry. So we had a couple of vacancies, partial vacancies during the year last year. So although the number of roles didn't change, because some of those roles were vacant for part of the year, it rounded to 6. So we haven't actually increased the number of jobs on the ELT cohort. It's just because they were full throughout the entire year this year, whereas they weren't last year. And correspondingly, of course, the amount paid to them will have been higher because there was no vacancy lag on there this year. That just covers who is included in this table. There's a small portion there about the chief exec, and that's the only time we ever name a person and how much they've received.
Is that legislatively?
Yes, yeah. Because the chief executive is your only direct employee. And it's legislatively required to point out. To the point of that, for privacy reasons, when we're looking at our breakdown of salaries, we have to make sure that no bracket in here has 5 or fewer people in it, because that is considered that you could kind of guess who those people are and make an estimation of what their salary is, and that would breach those people's privacy rules. So sometimes these brackets will change. purely to keep them with enough people in them. So,
Sorry, Charlie, is that also true of the breadth of the band as well? So that it's harder to be like, well, that person's definitely earning that specific amount of money.
yeah, that's what I mean by the breadth of the band, yeah. So,
Bandwidth changes.
yeah. So you might see this move to sort of 90,000 or something like 60 to 90. It's to make sure that we keep enough people in that band, that bracket. And this is where, so full-time employees increased by four. Now, the unfortunate point of this note, the legislative requirement is that it is a snapshot as at 30 June each year. If you hired 10 people on the 29th of June, you'd have to include those 10 on this table, even though you'd only employed them for 2 days of the year. Correspondingly, you could do a sneaky one and fire people on the 29th of June to reduce, but obviously we would be reaching out. And on those 3 full-time people were related to that New Zealand Library Partnership Program. And because that program came to an end on the 30th of June, they were no longer employed by council on the 1st of July. So although people will look at that and say, oh, you had 4 more full-time employees. Well, yeah, but those were paid for by a government program. 3 of them were. And they were all gone on the 1st of July. So it's an unfortunate note, but it's how we are required to show it. And as well, we had 2 full-time equivalents. So anyone that's not on a full-time contract, we add up all those hours, divided by what a full-time contract would be, and we have a total of 13 full-time equivalents. And again, 0.75 of that was part of that library partnership scheme.
A question about the joint council forum yesterday. One of the presentations was about the shared work program that we can't have. So people like, for example, the climate change specialists that we shared between. How is that represented?
So if they are employed by South Wairarapa District Council, if their employment contract is with us, they are included in here. If we receive an invoice from Casterton because they're employed by Casterton and work across, that's included in the operating expenses side of things. They are not counted as a full-time employee.
Last week, in induction, Paul discussed about salaries and living wage and how there'd been those questions asked at the pre-election meetings and all the rest of it. Is it possible to, because I mean, that's a good news story, I think. Is it possible to have a note included in there and then we can put that out there to say that council is a living wage employer?
Would be lovely, but that happened in July. Which is after
It came effective 1 July.
All right.
Yeah, the comms message.
Yeah.
I think that's a good enough story to think.
Next year.
We can put it out now. Put the story out now, rather than wait for another 6 months.
See that we, as at the 30th of June, we worked a 40-hour week. That's now 37 and a half.
Yeah.
So it's things like that we have to go through, make sure next year, we put things like living wage.
We're nearly there.
I'm getting hungry. Stop.
Yeah.
That's good food.
We're so close to the end that we might as well just power through the rest.
And so she's here, would you like?
These are the only other named requirements that we have. So in terms of employees, the chief exec is the only one that we know. We are legislatively required to.
We've got all the stars online for.
So this.
With your special compliment.
One more star to be like.
So yeah, it's just explaining that we didn't just smash Ross's salary and suddenly give you some dividends, yeah.
Look at my massive salary though.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah, and we do the same with the committee, and it's really required, I suppose, in there. I mean, look at the
And we just have to show who left and who started during.
Salary. No, it takes to be the minimum wage.
Well, but you've got the asterisk there that just explain when people.
$3,302, mate.
Coming to me. Oh, the oops. So events after balance date. So this is where we put this statement in about, although we've had some more information about Three Waters throughout the years, we still put this in as we really don't know enough about it to adjust our financial statements at the moment. So that's in there. That's the only other thing. If you had had something like an earthquake that destroyed half of your assets after the 30th of June, but before publication, you would make a note in here to say that since the balance date, since 30th of June, this event has happened and the likely consequence would be.
And this is where Audit New Zealand will do an emphasis with ASHA on the Three Waters report.
Yeah.
Just emphasising we still just don't know what the impact will be.
You need the fancy version.
I don't want the fancy version.
So would we put something like the Hanakura Road into this report to say, you know, there's a potential?
It's not material enough at that point.
At that
Yeah.
point,
So
so
what we have
said,
said, yeah.
we did discover it was a contingent liability, but we don't know that.
Okay.
And we also haven't changed our valuation of that road. To be honest, that small amount of road as part of our overall roading isn't material enough to make a comment on it.
But it
So,
will be
yeah.
this year.
I know some of the potential ideas of how much it might cost to replace might be different, but yeah. Financial assets. We don't have any complex hedging, borrowing, dodgy,
These hedge funds.
risky shares, hedge funds or anything like that.
Bitcoin.
Yeah. Term deposits and cash in the bank and those bonds. So there's nothing much to see here. And correspondingly, our financial liabilities are all in those loans with LGFA. Isn't it? Yeah. We should have put this all on page, it's fine. Internal borrowing, we got rid of this year. Years ago, Payne Farm Reserve lent some money to roading and wastewater. It's a purely internal financial transaction. It's a pain to administer and it doesn't give you any more cash to spend. So I never want to use those again. So
Is that just moving money?
Payne Farm
And it's reserved.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
That
Oh,
was
years ago,
longer
years
encouraged.
ago, yeah.
Carsten have done.
Yeah. You have to calculate how much interest roading and water and owe to Payne Farm and all this sort of thing. It's really, yeah.
It's not a good practice.
So
It's gone.
end of the year, nothing. And then note 28.
Doing what to navigate this, right, though?
Bloody Russians.
So to get to the target rate, note 28 is the variance explanation of what's moved. And this is where we talk about that we got $4 million more for unbudgeted revenue. This is written at a very high level for specific purposes. And it lists each of the
schemes.
each of the, so PGF came in, there's a word missing there. It's fund.
Yeah, sorry. My fault.
No. But it's amazing how you see things later. So that's where we talk about at a high level, what we budgeted for, what came in later. And it just, this statement just basically explains any major variances. That's the only one, really. And the rest of the information
So the rest of the information is called what's it called?
Oh, non-disclosure.
Non-legislative disclosures. Currently, finance tables you'll see in the annual report that are not audited by Audit New Zealand. So they don't look at how we calculated this. Essentially, this one is how much of our assets are covered by insurance schemes. As we've said, unfortunately, we can't insure roads. So virtually everything apart from land and roads is insured in some way, shape or form. That's something that any committee that is set up around audit and risk might want to look at in the future, because insurance is starting to become very expensive to have. And do you start going, well, instead of insuring, we'll put some money into a fund, what they call self-insuring. So, but I won't go into too much detail in that here.
And just on that, you can't get any cyber insurance.
No, we were too late.
Cyber attacks, but you can't insure for that. The market closed.
After that DHB attack, it went, nah, no one wants to insure it.
But it was so expensive before and now it's stopped.
The repetition of that table earlier. A breakdown of that 28 million down even further is on the next pages.
So these are all the reserves we talked about. It's 28 million of money we put aside. Without going into each one individually, there is a risk that we're not putting enough aside.
Colin, that might be of interest to you when you're asking about the committee.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, good.
So you've got the opening balance of the reserves.
Yep.
The grants given to the community board, so the operating grants of beautification, and then what those grants were spent on, and therefore you've got a closing balance at the end of the year.
So the funding for the likes of the Main Street beautification, which, yeah, so that's the years. There we are. Yeah.
Yeah, and 6 was spent from that.
Yep.
So
just a note, that's the end of June.
End of June, yeah, absolutely.
The community boards met in September.
Yep.
And some of them spent quite a bit of that money. I was very careful saying they were spending money that was technically the next community.
Next year, that's right. I remember. Yeah.
Not to go overboard and to leave them.
I had a question, sorry, you had a question in a previous meeting, Colin, about the sale of Fitzherbert Street in Featherston. So that's in ring-fenced in here. So whenever we sell a property, so if we sold that men's shed property, for example, the funds would go into here to be used for agreed projects within the community. So
298.
298, 170-ish is.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
We have a small amount of plantation. None of it we've sold this year. We still have to pay management fees on it. So we've reduced the amount in our reserve even further. We might want to look at, if we're not going to have any forestry, not going to make any profit on it soon, do we put some money in from rates to pay for that small amount of management fees? We currently don't rate fund the management fees on our forestry.
There are other benefits to having the forestry, obviously, besides financial.
Yeah, like you said, the road stabilisation.
Carbon credit.
Well, and carbon.
Part of our, how we calculate our net carbon, greenhouse gas.
Restricted reserves, so this is where that subdivision reserve contributions come in. And they are to pay for green spaces, access to waterways, that sort of thing. So if you put a footpath in along the river and that sort of thing, that can be paid for out of those reserves. So this is where, if you're thinking that a project, you want to do a project and you might want to fund it from that reserve, look at the description in here and see if you think it can fit within that. We had quite a bit in there. However, Wheels Park is going to take $1 million out of that in the next year, whenever that gets going. Water races, nicely have come into this year. So this is just the rates and what's the maintenance. We have a couple of small trusts. So this is the Campground Memorial. And I did put a suggestion up this year. You know, we had, I don't know if many of you know, the plaque was stolen Little bronze plaque was stolen off of that memorial.
The scenes way.
We've got $7,000 in this left over from when it.
Trying to get the money out of the Japanese embassy.
Yes, yeah. They don't pay out.
Yeah, we've got some.
There's a little bit in there, and this is Payne Farm, so.
Was that Ferguson?
Because we can do it in grass that way. So Payne Farm, although, so again, this one has a very strict criteria as to what the money can be used for. That's part of the bequest from when the property was given to us. Yeah, absolutely. But we found then we get in the rent from the homestead and the farm, but we obviously have some costs related to that. And it's because of those maintenance costs that we've been discussing and getting it up to the tenancy rules. Over the last few years, we've had more maintenance costs than we've had rent income. So there was only 103K left in that.
We've been talking to Suzanne about how we do a grants funding round, because that's meant to be a grant funding round annual. We're going to come out in 3 years. So we're opening a grant funding round for the Payne Farm.
That's great.
Just get to the bottom of this one, and then I'll borrow a little bit of Amanda's time this afternoon to go through our financial benchmarks. But infrastructure contributions, this is the financial contributions coming in and what we have spent those on. I was going to look up what we've spent those on this year. I can come back to you this afternoon if you're interested. And the balance of that, I think it's mostly water and roads. Planning reserves, so the district plan and the spatial plan, instead of rating all up front for that in 1 year, we have spread the rates over 10 years for the district plan and 5 years for the spatial. But obviously we're spending more than we're rating at the moment, but at the end of the 10 and 5 years, those will have caught up with each other. Loan redemption, so as I said before, we put 2.2.
So Charlie, is that including the costs of doing the current district plan as well?
Yes, so that's the project for that current district plan here, yeah. Oh, it's not for administering the current one, it's for developing the new.
Because our contribution to that would be reasonably large. I would have thought with Boston School.
Almost 2.3 of loan funding that we put aside for future loans. Depreciation is one that we really need to start looking at. The depreciation that we put in and funded is 4.1. We don't fund all of our depreciation, and that's something that I'll be recommending that we look at for the LTP when we start looking at that, because realistically we're going to slowly deplete our depreciation reserves if we don't start doing that, because this year we've spent 6.2.
So why are we funding capital projects out of depreciation?
For anything renewal, you fund out of your depreciation.
They're not capital.
They are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Capital renewals.
They're operational.
No, capital renewals, yes. Capital works replacements. Yeah. Repairs and maintenance is operational, but straight out replacement.
Yes.
Particularly within this, I have a breakdown of it, and water is getting to be where it's virtually no depreciation left in the reserve. So,
which is not a bad place to be.
It's not necessarily a bad place to be. You might want to squeak into 30th of June next year with nothing in it.
That's like depreciation.
Yeah, the price of depreciation goes. So yeah. Absolutely.
It goes ahead.
But we made that deliberate.
Then suddenly have to start putting more into that fund. The writing is almost completely finished now. It's just part of the statue left to pay for. Rural Rain is for a few years we've been putting 300K away and not spending anything on it. We had some spend on it.
Absolutely.
So, so there's 1.4, and from what I understand, another 500 is committed from that.
So it'll be upstairs. And so
you're going to find Saturday, we'll get papers coming to you around the severe weather event. And that's, so we got, the cost was about $2 million. We got a 72% subsidy from Whakatahi, which gave us 1.5 million. So we would have had the balance of about 400,000 or 500,000. We've also got Bush Gully Road that's just collapsing on us, and we need to fix that because it's where our main water supply is. So the few minutes is going to eat that up really quickly.
Potentially, if you approve spending from that, yeah. We also have a reserve for our senior housing and our community buildings, maintenance on our community buildings, because we do not fund the depreciation on those two.
So can I just come in, and I know we'll talk about it in rates, but rural roading reserve, that's rated for rural properties, isn't it?
Yes.
So Bush Gully Road, for example, that's a
Yes.
urban.
That's why I said if you approve, so
Yeah.
decisions to be made, yeah.
So the senior housing,
So senior housing, pay for replacements in the senior housing and painting it every 5 years and that sort of thing.
so what senior housing is that?
So we have some apartments around the district for,
Pensioner.
yeah.
Yeah, like the ones here. Just for your information, the revenue we get by way of rent for our senior housing doesn't cover the cost at all. The ratepayer is contributing
Yeah.
through the cost of our senior housing.
We got 275 and spent 345.
Yeah.
So every year we're slightly getting worse off.
Yeah.
In our reserve for that.
Right,
So again, at LTP time, that might be where you start to decide, do we put some money in there from rates? Because you're never going to be able to put the senior rents up enough to cover the rates.
Is that just the partner, what we call them down here?
Pension
And we've
housing.
got some in Greytown.
Some of Greytown.
Great house.
Princeton, about Greytown, yeah.
And they're all kind of pensioner.
Yes, so
Low
the
cost.
purpose of it is for low cost housing, the purpose is not to make it.
And they have their rent as a proportion of their,
No, that's a potential thing that we've raised this year, but when we did the annual plan earlier on this year, it was, do we keep it at a fixed amount or do we start tagging it to income?
Yeah.
It was kept to the fixed amount this year, but again, next year, that's the kind of decision you can start making.
The cost.
There's a further question on it as well, which is,
Sorry?
there's a further question on as well, given that we're not using all the land that are currently our pensioner housing sits on. There's capacity for a lot more to be developed, but is that a thing that council should be doing, or should we be going into a? So it's a tricky question.
A lot of things come from a long time ago.
Same again on our community buildings, don't cover the depreciation directly out of rates. We've just been putting 33,000 aside from rates and we're slowly getting ourselves out of that hole. But should we, maybe is it prudent to increase the amount that we're putting into that fund? All replacements and some painting and things like that on the community buildings. Again, this is the sort of decision you guys can start making. So I'm going to leave it there. We can go and have a lunch.
Yep, 20 to 1.
And we'll look at the benchmarks after lunch.
Yeah, the something exciting bits.
What's that?
Financial prudence.
Charge interest on this property.
Charge interest on what?
On this property.
Right, we've started the live stream back up again. My last bit today for you, although I'll stick around in case you've got any questions, is about our benchmarks that I mentioned earlier. We have our affordability benchmarks. And essentially, benchmark is, did you rate any more than you budgeted to rate? And no, we did not. So we met that benchmark in the year.
Sorry, bearing in mind, these are the benchmarks that were set in with the LTP in 2021, and they're our benchmarks. So they're not.
Some of them are,
but generally we came up with the benchmarks, and so they need all reviewing for the LTP.
Yeah. I'm going to talk about that too. Not
Okay.
the actual one, but
And again, this is one that you are able to change. This is the rate increase affordability. So again, it's based on what was in the budget and what actually increased rates by. So some councils do things like they say that they want no more than a 5% increase each year, for example. You risk tying yourself in knots with benchmarks like that, but they are available for you to set as a council if you chose to do so. Yeah, exactly. You risk then not being able to deliver the services that you've got.
So the quantified limit on rates increases included in the financial strategy.
Yep. Next one is the debt affordability one that I mentioned before is our interest any more than 12% of our rates income. Again, that's one that you may want to look at because we've got a similar one later on. Our balanced budget benchmark. So did we receive enough income to pay for our activities? And for the last few years, we've been sweating our income and not quite receiving enough to cover it. This year we did receive enough income and then to put some away for our reserves. So that's always a good thing to see. And this is that. I personally don't like the colour orange, but I'm legislated to use the colour orange for these columns. Where so yeah.
Bit of time.
And
Just sorry, just pop back to that one again. I just have a look at the historical stuff. 2018.
yeah, was the last time we received enough operating income to pay for our operating expenses.
So that's percentage as opposed to millions, isn't it?
Yes, yes, percentage, yeah.
2020, you borrowed effectively to offset.
Or you run a deficit
can run
and
a deficit.
politely reduce your equity.
Yes,
We wouldn't necessarily have borrowed. We might have done. So this one, that year we did borrow.
So that's the 2021 shows up the borrowing to offset the rate increase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, 92, 93, so 1%. We're still below.
92 was just
below the benchmark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can have a deficit year.
Yeah.
You can have a small deficit, but if that continues, then you've got a
Yeah. This one is legislated. You are required to have enough income for your outgoings.
So when we look at annual plan for the next financial year, we should be looking at what our benchmark should be all the way through our thinking, so that we can achieve those outcomes. Yeah,
sure. And you can find other forms of income. If
sure.
Really choose not to have rates,
fees and charges, and
exactly. But you've got to think about the strategy of that. And usually, the time to think about swapping those things around is more of a long-term plan year. An annual plan year is just an update of your long-term plan. But yeah,
and the impact of trying to increase other revenue is quite a long process. So you couldn't decide overnight to increase the fees and charges on something. You might have to consult.
Can we do that on an annual plan year, or does it has to be an LTP?
As long as it's not significant.
It depends what it is.
Yeah.
This significant.
You need to consult.
But also, you need to consult, but also you need to be, what's the chances of you getting that money? You might put in, say, an increased fee on something, but refuse to pay. So you can't budget for that.
No, fair enough.
So it's not that simple to get other income.
No.
you know, I think to take into consideration when you're thinking about things not being significant as you tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak and tweak in a whole lot of little siloed ways.
Become significant.
Yeah.
So it's very well for us to say to you, our license, that wouldn't be significant, tweaking one of these wouldn't be significant. Start
Collectively.
you start collective change, and it does become significant. And our significance and engagement policy basically says we should engage on everything that we change. So it does create a massive amount of work, and I would be saying how much impact benefit would you have when we have got an opportunity in 18 months, really, really close, to do a real good tweak.
You said engage or consult.
Yep. So engage.
So some of it's consult, some of it we have to consult, but we have to consult when it gets to significant. We should always engage. So remember, I talked about consultation being a formal process, it's in the legislation. Engagement is much broader scope of practice. We're communicating, we're having public meetings,
but we're not asking specific questions.
Yeah, so in the consultation, you need specific questions and engagement.
Yeah, so to be prudent, our upcoming annual plan, we shouldn't really deviate too much from what's been decided. Is that what you're saying?
Unless you decide to, yeah. We will have to look at, that will be something in February that we'll discuss at our annual plan workshops, is how much of a change is there going to have to be anyway? Exactly.
Yeah.
Inflation is going to make us have to consult anyway, then we might as well, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And you know, I think the other thing, our perception or your perception of what is the public's. Significant is, we've got a little bit of a tweak in our significant engagement policy that affects a single group of people or our community. They think it's significant, them it might not be significant, big picture, but for them it's significant.
The only thing I'm thinking of is Three Waters report on July 2024. If government get their way and we lose, well, we don't lose what we do, it goes, then that's going to be a whole new process in terms of an LTP.
Well, it's the first date of the new LTP anyway. And Three Waters.
2020.
Oh, yes. So the new LTP period is 24 to 34. So yeah, that's why we've been directed not to include it.
Jane, the essential services benchmark, one above it, scroll down. These are representative of the focus on that one. It's
fiscal responsibility.
Gives an indication of how our assets were starting to deteriorate even quicker in terms of
you see that.
The next one will, yeah. So this
that one there
is, did you get enough money in to pay for your money out, operating wise?
And I suppose the important one of that is, remember those, we had 2 years of really big rates rises in those as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's operational stuff. So
that's more the P&L. The profit and loss.
And this one, I like to think of this one as how much money did you spend on doing things versus how much money was cost by depreciation. So that's the easy way to think about this. So this is of our operating spend, what was the proportion of money we spent on doing things, on our actual activities, versus how much we spent on depreciation, so just servicing your existing assets. And we had a really good use of our operating income last year. We operated our services with it. Whereas we use, this one actually is an area that we've picked up before. It should be a green column because it's above, but it's just above. But you can see how we have been doing more with our money that we're taking in rather than spending. The flip side of that coin is, are we putting enough into our depreciation? So, yeah. So think of it as a...
Well, it's funded, so therefore the only way you can fund that is through rates.
So this is why I say you maybe don't want this 12% of rates revenue benchmark, because legally you have to have a 10% of all of your revenue benchmark. So you've got two very similar benchmarks. Do you therefore want this one? You have to have. And this is the one that you potentially have the opportunity to put something different in there. For example, our debt must not exceed 5 years of income or something like that. Yeah.
So that's a self-imposed limit.
Yeah, whereas this one is legislated. Yeah. And this is our again, it's a funny benchmark. Did you borrow more or less than was in your budget? So, I mean, you set the budget, so yeah, that's, did you borrow more or less? The reason we borrowed a little bit less than what was in our budget is because of that delayed program that I said we haven't taken out that loan yet for the Greytown work. Sorry.
Oh, nice picture.
And then did we have the cash flow that we put in the budget? So these benchmarks are very much, did you stick to budget? Did you stick to responsible levels of fiscal management? So we just did.
Feels like it's cool.
And that concludes the finance portion of the presentation. Do you want me to talk about the fizzes from the significant, or no, we'll just refer to. So in each of these significant activities that you'll get, you'll see a repeat of that table that I mentioned earlier with the fizz, the applications of your operating and capital funding. So now that you know how that table looks, you'll understand it a bit more, and please do ask me questions about it.
So what will you be presenting to us on the 14th of December?
Will be pretty much, these are the minor changes that we've made since this document.
To the financial statement.
To the financial statement.
That's the only thing we're changing it.
That's the only thing that we're changing at the moment. And
Any changes from the auditors?
that will be in there. So that will be our changes that we've picked up and their changes that they ask us to do. They unfortunately call changes misstatements. I rankle against that word, but it's what they call them. And I've never refused to make a misstatement change. So where they were saying they would put in their audit opinion if we refuse to make a change that they suggest, I've never done that. So there's no reason to. There's those small minor changes like that cash flow where the formula hadn't flowed through. I will highlight anything that I've changed from the document that you've received to the final one that you're being shown. So the aim is that there's no surprises. You should be completely comfortable with the document, and effectively that part of the adoption would just be, do we all agree?
Yeah.
The only change, and there will be changes to the financial statements, minor, but they might be things that they pick up or we've missed in the crawl.
I've got 2 post-it notes on my desk with changes on. So
it's going to affect the outcome though at the end of the day. It's all.
And because these took so long to come out, because we hadn't got the revaluations and the valuations of 48 million, we only got that through a few weeks ago. This would have been ready way before that.
Right.
That was a material change to the financial decent. We did present to council, last council meeting, a draft P&L of what the results would look like, and it's very similar to this. So we gave council a heads up that we're on track to meet budget and to be fiscally in a good place. But the only changes we expect from audit will be fairly minor.
And they're usually about things like the control environment.
Well, that's not even a change to the financial statements, is it? So they might say that we don't do this or that, which you would put, that's a separate to the audit. So we're just looking to get the financial statements closed as at the 30th of June.
I'll give you an example. On my post-it note, I have noticed that there is $142,000 of the Provincial Growth Grant that we only got in August, but it belonged to last year's accounts. So when we do the drafts to audit, we have to freeze our accounts so that they're not constantly catching up with changes we're making. And I start noting all the changes that I find, and then we add those to any changes that they find, and we make those changes, and that's the final. And that's where I'll highlight any of those changes. So you'll notice 142,000 more of grants income, in this year. So that's one example. That's the biggest example I found in the whole thing in terms of size.
And there is a risk around the non-financial KPIs, which is in the next section. And some of those are beyond our control. So if we don't comply and audit, what do they do when they don't comply?
It's a qualification.
Qualification, beyond our control.
And the current one is Wellington Water.
So-
Customers.
The complaints procedure.
There's two that will potentially be brought up by audit. One is that Wellington Water measure resolution of complaints from the time that they find out about the complaint. And audit would prefer that they measure it from when we get the call about the complaint. Fair enough, but Wellington Water have no way of measuring that. So that's potentially going to be, audit will say, the annual report, including non-financial KPIs, is materially correct, qualified. This one is not able to be measured or not able to be overseen. The other one is being brought up with many councils at the moment is whether their water testing is done by independent laboratories. Audit have insisted that they need to be done by independent laboratories. The DIA measure doesn't actually require that. So councils are pushing back to audit. But as we've already found with our fair value reassessment, audit are fairly stubborn in what they decide. So yeah, we'll see. We're not the only one in that boat. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yes, I will
Yeah, well done.
stick around.
Appreciate it.
Tag team.
Yeah.
Tag team.
Next.
Tag out, tag in.
You'll find it now. I found this mouse. It's easier to work.
I'm going to plug in directly because I've got a little presentation.
By the way, how many people went and looked at the rest of the two Ronnie's sketch that
Stop it.
I did, yeah. And then I got addicted. I spent the next week watching reruns of the two Ronnies.
Get in a rabbit hole.
Oh, that was so funny.
Binge watched.
Yeah.
YouTube is very funny.
I changed the sword. Know how I changed my. I don't know whether it was.
I wonder if they have a Christmas special.
They have Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna go here.
All those British, what got wise Christmas special.
Are we still recording?
So good with
But
that.
we are still recording.
Probably the two Ronnies about the blackberry, my blackberry.
Yeah, no, my favourite is the Four Candles one.
Yes, the poor
That was Four Candles.
Now, I go.
Got a hair out of place there.
That was the That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No mean salmon today, Paul.
No, I've got diamonds today.
Diamonds. Am I a girl's best friend?
That's the only ones that my wife's getting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's mean.
That's a wide angle lens, isn't it?
Okay, I've just got a couple of slides to get you to understand how KPIs work, because this is about the non-financial KPIs. And we've got, obviously, you'll start to get a feel for how our documents are shaped and how consistent they are with the message. So obviously the LTP, that one is the core document, and then that's 10 years, and then year 1, year 2, year 3. Currently talking about the annual report for the end of year 1. We've also got an annual plan that is year 2, and then we'll be doing the consultation on the next annual plan early next year. At the same time, we'll be thinking about what does the next LTP look like, and those documents should all be consistent. This image features in all of them because it's kind of the framework for how we think about what outcomes we're trying to achieve. On a really simple level, and if I'm telling you how to suck eggs, I'm really sorry, but it's worthwhile us all being on the same page. If you think about, you start with the outcome, so that's the big thing you want to achieve. Then you come into strategy. To get there, we're going to need to achieve these other things. So you start to break that big outcome down into chunk of, doable bits. Then you get down into the actual, what are we going to do? And then you should have measures that describe whether or not you've been successful in achieving those activities. And those measures should then let you describe how you've achieved your outcome. We have qualitative and quantitative measures. A lot of our measures are in the quantitative space of accounting. How many things do we do? How many widgets? How much? We don't do so much in the qualitative stuff, which is the storytelling part. So how do people feel? What do they think? I always think about what can you smell, hear, feel, those kind of emotive things as well. See, stuff your senses. So if we think about our LTP, that front page, don't worry about too much like this. Show you what it is. We've got a vision, okay? We've got a vision statement in that first diagram. So if I go back to this first diagram, we've got a vision. Then we've got the 4 well-being. So they're kind of the really big outcomes we're trying to achieve. And then we've got something that we call strategic drivers. And if you look in here, these descriptors, this one's all water, but if you look in the other ones particularly, they give really nice statements about what we want the future to look like. So they're like your big milestones. What do we want to work in partnership with mana whenua and iwi, respecting tikanga, kaiatitanga and taha Māori. So there's that's the kind of goal where we're heading. So that's where these kind of fit. And then we've got our 8 service areas. What do we call them? Significant activities. We've got our 8 significant activities. And then once you get down into those, if I go back here, that's where we're starting. And I've just done a little bit of a line. That's the governance side. This is the operations side. I'll keep talking about that. There's a little bit of a line, here. Because, for example, the LTP is our main strategy document, but we do have other strategy documents that sit at a much more operational level. For example, the positive ageing strategy was written by the 3 councils led by our positive ageing coordinator, and she's then got a plan that sits under that strategy. The strategy gets signed off by council, but it's a much more operational strategy at a much lower level than something like the LTP, which is our big, gritty piece of work. Charlie already mentioned the fact that we've got rules around our non-financial performance measures. They're done by the DIA. They give us a whole lot of pieces that we absolutely have to measure in legislation. I'm not going into the detail. I'm not familiar with them like Charlie's familiar with them. She has been doing them for many years. I've only been looking at them since January. And I don't know them off the top of my head. So if you ask me technical details about which ones have to be done, and what Harry might know, and which ones are kind of we've chosen to do, I'd have to go and look it up. And then this is what it looks like in the annual report. So you have what we call a service level. So they're set in the LTP. We set these service levels in the LTP. There's a little bit of discussion about could we change them? Yes, but we potentially have got the real opportunity to change them in the next LTP. And if we're spending lots of time tweaking around the edges, is that the best use of our time and our thinking? We've got key performance indicators. So if you go back to the measures, that's the things that that should enable us to tell whether or not we've achieved those other goals. And then we've set targets in the LTP. These targets are set in the LTP. That's last year's results. That's this year's results. We've got quite a few NAs in last year, and that's because we didn't have a measure for them. We didn't have a baseline. We hadn't collected the data before. So if we don't have any way of collecting the data, it's an NA. So I think one of the things you need to think about when you're setting KPIs is how would we collect that data? Where would we get it? Is it realistic? How much work goes into collecting that data? How useful is it? Is it going to tell you whether or not you've achieved that outcome? So we've got a really, really high level of KPIs for the size council we are. And we've got, my personal feeling is we've got way too many.
Yeah, we do. So these have been a creature of history.
Yeah.
They're written at a point and just been carried forward.
Have been.
Never really been substantially reviewed. But there's some that we have actually no control over. Department of Internal Affairs sets a range of reporting requirements. And again,
about 7 or 8 pages.
Then there's a comparison across New Zealand, as opposed to each council making up its own ones. There's also things that are set in statutes, like for instance, processing resource consent within 20 working days or building consent within 20 working days. And those are things that we don't have any control over.
Those have to be done within 20 working days. There's a whole lot of stuff that sits in all kinds of pieces of legislation. And Harry's point about those KPIs have just been carried over. You start to see that when you start to look at it from an analytical perspective and you go, does this measure tell us whether or not we've achieved that outcome? And I can't really see that. So we've got this kind of just beautiful page here where these are actually quite good statements, I feel. Okay. Russell involved in sort of but we haven't done that connect into what we're delivering and what we're measuring. So you'll notice if you look at it in any detail, there's this little bit of a disjoint. It doesn't quite make sense to measure that thing. We've got gaps. We've tried to fudge them a little bit, like to try and find places where we can get information that might tell us part of the story. But we're not great. And my feeling is that the LTP is the opportunity to really start aligning.
And we should.
I wouldn't worry about it too much now. It is what it is. The amount of work that would need to go in to change them is significant, and what gain are you getting? And the other thing is you want to have 3 years worth of data so you can see a trend.
I think it'd be fair to say that some of the goals that were set as well, overly
my area.
additional.
Oh, yeah. But also, how were you going to measure them?
Can I stop now?
It was impossible.
I go back to the actual annual.
Well, I just think it's this matter. I mean, I recognise that previous council puts them there for a reason. And we've got 2 councillors here who might in fact wish to make a comment.
Sorry, I just
Oh, okay.
I was just looking at some stats from what was the comment?
And the comment was that measures that we've got up there were put in by previous councillors.
Yep.
We've got a couple of them here today.
Yep.
I presume when they put them in, they didn't think this was not worthwhile.
Oh no, I think I mean we debate when we establish those measures, we debate.
They're quite old now, though, aren't they?
The outcomes.
They're before my time.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, absolutely. And
People will be happy with.
Yeah.
Before time came.
We didn't actually go into reviewing them. We were looking. We developed this part.
Right.
And that was a huge amount of work that Russell did. I think to get to that stage, and I think
Can I
absolutely right. Stage, and the next LTP is probably the time to do it.
Yeah,
I'd just like to make, because a lot of the councils traditionally over the years, we haven't seen radical change. 2019 was the first time we saw a flux of new councillors, 6 new councillors, a new mayor, similar to this time. So a lot of the work that was done from my term of 20 2013. I think we had 2 new councillors in 2013, myself. Same with 2016. So it's been BAU to a large extent all the way through. When you get a new chair, a new mayor, 6 new councillors, and in Harry's case was new CE in 2019, it's time to review those sort of things. You know, it sort of resets the clock, and it's a bit like a new mayor and the 6 new councillors now. Is that, you know, you feel that you want to reset the clock? That's great. I think that now's the time to make those changes.
I think there's also a huge amount of work that goes into this.
Oh, there's a huge amount.
And
yeah.
No, you've got to look at the capacity to do what do you where are the bits that you want to that you care?
But you can do it over the period. You don't have to do it all at once. This is what I'm saying, is that these things take careful consideration, and you can't expect to have a good result in the first 5 minutes. So it doesn't. No.
And it's worth pointing out, sorry, that the last year's annual report, the KPIs are different because these are effective from this year only. So Amanda and I had a lot of work to do in looking at the new set of KPIs that were completely different from last year. And it was then that we went through that review process and said, some of these can't be measured and we don't know how they were set. So we can only do our best in putting a measurement down. And in some cases, we can't measure them. They're not practical, but the DIA ones are more compliant. So we found we had to do an awful lot of work just to get these right, and they may not be perfect. So that was a big issue for us, was working them out.
But I mean, we've got there. We've got a report. I think the big thing, Karen's already talked about the ones that the auditor has highlighted. But of course, you've also got ones that the community are going to pick up on. So there's all sorts of different ways that we get the data for the target for the. So you can see down here, it tells you where the measurement comes from, whether it's council reports, customer survey. It's too sensitive. Or another mechanism. We changed our survey methodology this time round, and we've got for example, here's a really critical one. How do mana whenua, I can't remember the exact wording of this KPI, I can probably find it, think that we're doing a good job for them. So how do we know through a customer survey that mana whenua are happy with us or not? Because that's the measurement. So we went, okay, we're going to survey 700 people in the community. How will we know if they're mana whenua? Okay, we're going to need them to write down their iwi, and if they whakapapa to our iwi here, then we'll treat them as mana whenua. The numbers were way too small for us to report on that, because you've got 700 people responding, then you've got a certain number that are Māori, and then you've got a certain number that whakapapa here. So you start to get into, so that's customer survey is probably not the right mechanism but it's the one we've got.
Is it the right question though?
Is it the right question? Yes. Those are all the things we need to think.
So if the survey went out to more than 700 people, would you get it?
Costs a whole lot more money to do that.
Okay.
Yep. So it costs us $25,000 a year to do the survey. We have intended to split it into 2 tranches, and the reason for splitting it into 2 tranches is so that if there's something major happens that has an impact on the public's perception of council, it's not, the whole survey isn't impacted by that single event. So if you do it, something goes wrong and there's a negative media, for example. Another council up the road has a major data breach and it tips over. So it might not even be anything that we do. They have a major data breach. The trust in local government is reduced dramatically. We do our survey right when that happens. Everyone's going to go, well, we don't have any trust in our local government organisation. Whereas if you split it into 2 tranches, you've got 2 opportunities to collect that data, and you potentially don't get that.
And just we actually went out to a lot more than 700.
Oh, yeah.
That's the
Yeah.
That's the risk of return.
Oh, right.
So we like 2,000 people.
We've got about I'd have to go back and check what our return rate is, but it's reasonable. Yeah, our return, like people don't do surveys. Yeah. So it's contracted out to a research organisation that specifically do this kind of work across a whole lot of other local government organisations. It'd be silly to try and do it. We couldn't do it internally ourselves. It's a massive amount of work. It requires skills and knowledge that we don't have in-house. So, for example, we have got a whole lot of customer survey targets in here. Sheila, do you know off the top of your head? I don't think we reached any of the targets. We might have reached one or two.
No, I think we missed most of them.
We missed most of them. So
When is the full report going to come out?
we can send that report to you. We haven't published it because it came out right in the middle of the election period. And of course, if you put something like that out during an election period, that could have an impact on how people vote. So it's not very fair that we did that.
I thought it came out well in advance of the elections.
No, it
Was produced.
was about August. We did the survey, the results, and the report came to us during the election.
Yeah.
I don't even think you've seen it.
No, I haven't.
No.
I'm curious now.
Yeah. So I can send that to you.
Curious columns.
So that's actually not a,
Picture.
it's not a good report. I mean, I'm just looking at that 40% there.
Yep.
16% of the result, 80% was our target. We're way short, so there's some fundamental errors there.
Yeah. And when you look at us compared to other, this is just, there's no way we're going to have that kind of target. It's just not realistic. So the targets weren't well set.
No.
But they were something that we can spin rather.
Aspirational.
But there's something we can strive for in the next 3 years.
Absolutely.
Keep climbing up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, got an opportunity here.
We do have an opportunity. So it's really clear strategy. Yeah.
And as Amanda says, that they're supposed to be key performance indicators.
KPIs.
What you've got is a whole lot of performance indicators.
Yeah. Got too
And so
many.
what you want is the one, as Amanda, and I repeat what she said, in order for things to tell you, you're moving the dial on the outcome you want to achieve.
Yeah.
That's the way to really look.
So, and there's methodology behind that as well. You can think, is a customer survey the main way that you would collect information about that? And Sheila and Paul and I have had this conversation. Facebook is a really good indicator.
I hate Facebook.
You might hate it,
Yeah,
but
well,
let's give you a picture.
Pretty effectively, Martinborough Community Board.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
These survey monkeys.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
so this is a narrow audience. Facebook's another.
This
It's
is
not one channel,
representative of.
It is representative. They do.
2,000 invitations were sent out, 610 responses.
So it does, and they purposefully look at age, address, ethnicity, to try and get a wide spectrum or a representative spectrum, whereas
So Sheila, Harry, do you want to talk?
I was going to question for Sheila. Well, they mailed out, Sheila.
yes, they were mailed out. They were mailed out, and anyone that wanted support to complete them was offered that support, so they could have somebody phone them and reply to the survey. We accounted for people with disabilities and English as a second language as well. So we did.
Next meeting, it was online as well as hard copy.
Yeah, so you've got the hard copy, and you could go to a website and fill it in, or you could fill it in a hard copy, or you could have someone ring you and ask you the questions. So there was a whole lot of. We were really conscious. That's what I mean. The methodology and design to make sure that you don't miss sections of the community who might not respond because their reading isn't very good, or their eyesight isn't very good, or they've got an intellectual disability. Or
I've got all those. Anyway.
Can you please do the bell curve of interest in local government? Remember that bell curve of people?
who's interested in local government?
Yeah, because that.
People over 65.
You've got.
For 100K.
And do you want to draw it a minute? Because that was really a descriptive thing that it gave a really, really good indication. So to answer some of these questions, you've got this bell curve and you've only got, so there's people who are not interested in local government. And then you've got this great unwashed in the middle if something actually affects them, so they will only respond if it's about their consent or
Their rubbish.
Their rubbish, right? Then you've got the other 10% at the other end who are actively involved. Of that, 20% of them are employed by local government. So, so you're putting it into a very, very,
I think we need to look at our methodology and
it's really interesting.
how we gain the information.
Absolutely. So there's other,
And there are also some very things that, I mean, for instance, you never ask customer satisfaction about a regulatory service. Right? You don't ask that if you're happy with a growth relationship.
they're in the DIA, they're in the.
You can ask questions about whether it was fair, sponsored. You don't ask them if they're happy.
But that satisfaction question is in one of the compulsory ones from the DIA, satisfaction with
But
water.
it's not
Rubbish isn't.
best practice and regulatory decision making.
So it's, I guess, it's a yes, I like.
We need to find ways of balancing the story out. So,
You can almost say that as you say, the 2,700 that didn't reply were probably quite happy the way things are.
actually, yeah, apathetic.
Or they're in the middle of it.
So one of the things for us as councillors is that we're well informed around the table. We really are by council officers and that. Our members in our community, for instance, aren't so well informed if they don't follow the sort of.
Time and energy.
I know. So we have a role and responsibility to inform our communities and share that information with them so that when they comment on things like this, they're informed as we are, or maybe not fully informed, but we're at the end of a telephone, we can answer a question, so that's really important. That disconnect's been happening for a long, long time between councillors and community.
Yeah, so.
Change I found over the years is people know more and they're more informed and more engaged with central government than they are with local government.
With local government, yeah.
Absolutely. You just see that in things like the voting numbers and all those kind of things. And, and the other thing is contextually, you're seeing a loss of faith in government.
Yeah,
You think
right.
all those types of things.
16-year-olds.
People think we do not like being told what to do. And so that hits us inevitably when you can ask. Because, so what happens, what people's views of central government, they just think government. And so you're caught vicariously in a whole lot of, dynamics that are right outside.
I think that's really worthwhile putting in context though. So New Zealand historically has some of the highest trust in central and local government in the world. We rank in the top 5 regularly. So when we shift and when we drop, it feels significant to us, but we are often way more trusted than other countries like the UK, the US, Australia.
Iraq.
Any useful African nation.
Like many other measures, the Scandinavian countries, Finland, Denmark, those countries that often rank in those high trust, high transparency space. So we've got this really high perception and high expectation of.
And also drink heavily up there.
And you're pretty expensive.
But I'm just saying, when we get a drop, that can feel very significant for us, but what broader context, it's actually not as bad as potentially we think it is. It's just bad in our local government context. I was going to say something else, transparency. Got sidetracked.
There's a lesson in this thing that we need to be more connected with our community.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
So
Get that information flow going. That's the point of the
they're in the respect.
Which is why we're talking about these ideas of community forums, community participation.
Community plans.
The current council process, listening to members of the public, is the most excluding environment you could ever have to actually have an interchange.
Yeah.
That's
And standing orders is pretty strict. I mean,
Very strict.
if we're able to modify that so it was more engaging and more inclusive.
It's standardised.
The other thing is we don't want to stall the good work that we're doing.
No.
And one of the things I find is that the squeaky wheel seems to get oiled. That's been the process over many, many years, and often the bureaucratic chains take a long time to work their way through into the actuals, and you saw your slide up there as an actual. And so one of the things about being open, free, frank, feeding information is that it can also slow down the process as well. So we have to be mindful of that because we want these guys to get on and do their job at the end of the day. We don't want them waiting for somebody to make a decision all the time. I think sometimes you just have to make that decision on the run. But we've got to communicate that.
Allegations policy.
Well, it is.
But the other thing I would say is also that don't forget that we've been elected to come here and make decisions.
Yeah.
Well, so we've got the trust of our community to come, they've voted for each and every single one of us to come in because they believe we will come in and make decisions for them. Right, and that's what we're here to do.
I don't know if I agree with that.
There are going to always be people out here who want to be involved more. Great. So we make the facilities available. This is not a great facility to welcome people in. It's noisy. It doesn't work, but it's what we've got. But we're not going to get 80% of people saying this is great, wonderful. You just won't get it. So, people who want to come, we've got to make it welcoming. We've got to provide the information. We've got to make sure we're doing everything we can. But like everything, there's a cost to it as well. And the people who aren't engaged in that are saying to us as well, get out there and do the bloody job you've been elected to do, which is make decisions.
Yep.
So there's two schools of thought. There's we talked about this in the first day of induction. Is representative democracy and participatory democracy, and you've got to try and blend both. At the end of the day, you have to make decisions on the behalf of the community, but equally you need to engage with them about about how the information of how you get to the point of making a decision
And take
That's why
take people along on the journey with you.
exactly. That's right.
Back at the last annual plan and the last long-term plan or the annual plans that I've been involved in so far, we've had record numbers actually submitting on those.
Yeah.
So when you say, they're not engaged, they are absolutely engaged.
Voting numbers are some of the
Huge,
Give you the
So
numbers.
let's not.
It's only where it's controversial they'll become engaged, trust me.
No, but they were very much engaged about the things about the annual plan, the first annual plan we did, hugely engaged.
100 submissions?
Over 1,000.
Over 1,000.
So that compares to like 5, last time. And so we really lifted
It's a very small population as well.
And that rich figure that we can be proud of also has 2 layers to it. We actively chose to deal with a strategic driver issues, spatial planning, as well as 10-year LTPT focus. So it's back. We nearly killed it.
But the front end of the document is really solid. I think the link into the KPIs is not so solid, and hence we have this data that makes things look, paints a picture that I don't think is accurate.
I should just make possibly one other comment, because we heard from our auditor collectively today. Karen and I had another meeting with him a couple of weeks ago, and I think it was mainly just an introductory relationship.
Great.
Meeting.
Yeah.
But in the course of that conversation, as well as giving us a little bit of grilling about conflict of interest, which Karen's going to come back to you with, he also made comments about, just so happened the long-term plan was sitting on my desk. And his comments were quite negative, really. He thought this was far too over the top, and he wasn't comparing us just with other small councils. He was actually saying, if you just look at councils full stop, this is over the top. You've got far too much. And overly ambitious. Or,
long.
Fair enough. I think the key point is we want other people other than us to be able to get something out of it. And if it's too thick, if it's too long, if it's too dense, nobody's going to have a proper engagement with it. Whereas if actually we are responsible here, if we've actually thought, okay, let's think about the key performance indicators related to whatever, the quality of our roads, for example. Okay, how many ways can we measure how we're doing there? And the answer is probably we don't need too many at all. But what we do need to do is to think, is there a measure that we would all agree, if it goes from here to here, then obviously we are doing a better job. And what is that measure? And it has to relate not only to our ability to say we think we're doing better, but actually the people who drive on those roads have to be able to see it and say, yep, I can see what your numbers mean, but actually I feel that they show the real world. I don't expect everybody to say that, but nevertheless, there's a sense in which ordinary people, as in the people Colin's referring to, who maybe don't engage very deeply, have to be able to look at our numbers and they have to be able to make some sense, and they have to be able to say, yeah, that relates to what I'm experiencing. And the only way we do that is if we chop 10 back to 1 or 2. And we have to chop 10 pages back to 1 or 2 too. Otherwise, they won't even.
There are some minimums that we have to do.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think,
They could be these, don't have to be.
yeah. And this way, for example, you have to have a long version and a short version.
Yeah, I was going to say, that
There are some rules around what you have to deliver. But within that, absolutely, we've got a huge amount of capacity to improve. And I guess my thing is, it's not great at the moment. The next annual report and the next annual plan are likely to be not great. But I think if we put our efforts into the long-term plan and get a really good, sparkling, amazing long-term plan, that's where the effort is probably most valuable. So one of the things I was going to say about the resident survey, I remembered when I said I forgot what I was going to say next. I can describe that person who is least satisfied with us. Any guesses?
I could name a number of names, but I won't.
Probably not anything like the least satisfied through the customer survey. They live in Featherston, they are under 30 and they're Māori. So they are the people that are least satisfied with what we're doing. The people who are most satisfied with us live in Greytown, are over 65 and are retired.
Everybody in Greytown was
And they all have e-bikes.
Very broad data.
Yeah, but that's interesting to know because, I mean, if you look at that cross section, I mean, you've got Featherston's always been a very working class town. It's got a rail station there and commuting population. Greytown's always been seen as a sort of it's a mini suburb of Wellington to a large extent, if I could call it.
Only in the last few years, Colin.
Yeah. Well, no, you're right. When I was there, when I was there in the early 70s, it was very much a working class town. Martinborough was very much a working class town as well, but until they discovered wine could be grown here, and then it turned into Yuppieville. So the current survey results, as you say, with Greytown and Featherston, I'm not surprised in the slightest of it.
Yeah. It shows a big dependence on one source of information.
Yes. Yeah.
And you know, if I can say the same about employee engagement or employee satisfaction, that it's focusing actually on the single thing, and you can't have everything hanging off one measure. You need to look at the experience as a whole. And so the same applies here, really, doesn't it? You don't just rely on a survey, you look at all of the various touch points and how we can.
For example, we don't have anything on here about how many people use our website or which pages are most useful or which pages people most visit. We don't have anything meaningful about our meetings. Our meetings are all very much about,
You do the first one.
Oh, yeah, I know, but it's not particularly meaningful.
No, it's not very exciting.
Oh, who did this? We've got something. We've got another KPI. It's 3 working days somewhere else. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 3 working days, which is above the statutory requirements. I'm like, why would anyone say we're going to do anything? Above. That's probably we have to have this one, and we added this one.
Oh.
Is that really?
This is a
yes.
Council be doing an NBR survey. NBR is a methodology, and they got the survey results back, and it said there was 80% satisfaction with water. 80% satisfaction with water, and that was before they had the E. coli rates. And because part of the problem is people didn't know that none of the water systems were non-compliant. They didn't know the taps worked. But then you had the E. coli outbreak. And then, of course, you're telling people, because you're rating for them, how broken everything is. So satisfaction and
pressures
was first of all based on, they just didn't know how bad it actually was. And they weren't, and the council, in fairness, didn't know how bad it actually was. So, you know, and the more you tell them how bad it is, their satisfaction drops.
So maybe the answer to upgrade our results is not to tell them anything.
But remember, these things can be self-fulfilling. So if you were sitting at council at that time and you had 80% satisfaction with water, you think, well, that's our flagship.
So Harry, just
Remember that MBR one?
yeah, one of the things that I've discovered over the years is that councillors rely heavily on the information they're being provided by their officers and MCE. And just keep that in the back of your mind, because the reality is when we make our decisions around here, we're not all water engineers, we're not all, you know, very clever rocket scientists. So we're relying on the information that we get. And if that information is not accurate and we've made the decision around it, we're still accountable by the members of our community. So we become very gun shy and become more vigilant in the way that we question in this day and age. And that's just happened over a period of time, short period of time to a large extent, you know.
That's right.
So
But the quality of advice that was provided to the council at that time was appalling.
we absolutely, and I agree.
Well,
No, I just went through the targets and how we're doing against most of them today. I think we meet all our financials.
Yeah, thank goodness.
I think that's the
Yeah.
only one
That's
that
the
we
only one.
meet everything.
But there
Except my committee. Not last year.
marks. So we're repeating what we're trying to say with a financial, this is meant to be non-financial performance measures.
And yet we've got.
Financial targets. That's not relevant for this part of the document.
That is how it's been
It's-
structured. We're stuck with it as it is.
But as you say, at least we comply, but that's not the way you
We've
don't
doubled
measure.
up on information. This is
Yeah.
a good place where we're at.
You don't measure your financial prudency through these.
Yeah.
That's-
So over a period of 3 years, which we're in office for, these are things we need to perhaps be looking closely at and seeing whether we can come up with some better benchmarks.
like Martin mentioned, the one in roading.
Yeah.
So NZTA have a measure which they call the smoothness of a ride index.
Right.
So that, which is a measure of customer and how they feel about of the road, you know, how smooth it is to ride over as opposed to and they measure that absolutely. Drive over every, this is only unfortunate sealed road. So they drive over every sealed road in New Zealand and give each council and then give each council
What's
so, you know, and so and actually we score really highly on. But if you're thinking of something that indicates there's a valid scientific method, you know, that measures the smoothness of the ride on the road, which is the customer experience on the road, there is one.
So Harry, if there's a big sinkhole, it wouldn't be very smooth.
Not at all. And if you've got lots of peat driving around where your road goes like this, you're going to lose it anyway.
Time as well, you know, next week it could have a big pothole in it.
Yeah, but that's an example, you know, so, you know, we can, national, there's someone else that's actually measuring for you. Then, it is a good, I can't think of any other measure actually in terms of roading, which is the smoothness of the ride, basically. That is the best indicator of a customer experience of a road. So why wouldn't we use something like that?
Yeah.
So I don't want to go through line by line. I don't think it helps anyone else the afternoon. Does anyone have any questions? And you can ask me later. But I guess the other thing with the questions is if you think of something next week or tomorrow or not at 3 a.m, but some other time, just email us and if I don't know the answer, I'll direct it to the person that might, and we will do our best to find the information.
When is the next one of these due?
So this one is.
This is in this report.
This is in the annual report. So you're talking about the customer survey. When's the next customer survey? So at the moment, the customer survey is out for procurement. So we had done a 1-year agreement with the provider, and then our new procurement policy came in, which meant that we had to go out to market because it's
Tender.
Out to tender. So Steph is running that tender process, and I think we've sent it to about 4 or 5 different research agencies looking at the ones that provide the service for local government across New Zealand. We've got a few responses in, including the one that we're currently using. So we'll, there's a whole lot of measures for that tender. As part of the tender, it says when things are due. So I think they have to have the survey question design done in March or April, and then it goes out about then. And then we get the results about August so that it can inform the next annual.
Report, yeah.
And actually, the
Three-year contract.
provider we used was good.
Can I stretch my legs?
It really did.
Can you?
Kind of stretch my legs.
Well, can I ask a question, Harry? I mean, are we obliged to have one of these surveys?
The reason
Have to.
sorry, no, if we put measures in and we said we're going to measure it by a survey,
Then we have to have.
then we have to do it, right? We actually did, because I mentioned the old MBR survey. And so at one point we said, we're not going to spend $20,000 resurveying that because it's giving us rubbish.
Yeah.
And so we actually took a position that we would not report on those performance measures because we didn't have any faith in the validity of the survey information. For the very examples I just gave you about water. And so you can decide not to, and we did. And we had an argument with the audit and that kind of stuff, and they wrote a note and that kind of stuff. At the end of the day, council said, we're not going to spend $20,000 and waste taxpayers' money on something that is not going to give us any useful information. And so you can make those kind of calls.
Well, I'll tell you why I ask, because it seems to me there are a number of ways in which surveys can be done, of which this is only one. And I'll give you two things that have come up for me recently. One is that slightly by accident, I had my name attached to a water repair process locally. And I have to say, I thought the process that Wellington Water used went well. They notified me a couple of days before it was going to be fixed, even though it actually had nothing to do with me, but that doesn't matter. They notified me on the day that they were on the job. And this was all automatic, I have no doubt. And they notified me when it had finished. There was a little one-line survey at the bottom. They assumed it was me, are you sad, happy? Just took me 5 seconds to say I was happy. I did go out and have a look first, but so that I thought, okay, there's a survey that's really simple.
They call as well. I've had one of their phones.
Yeah.
So
if I can just finish. And then I was thinking, because I went down to Featherston recently on the day that the fixed skate park was fixed. And I said to the person who was with me, how would we ever know whether or not we've done a good job for the people who we've done this? And with a bit of head scratching, and I don't know if we could ever really find that out. Now, obviously, one way would be to do one of these surveys, but I do not recommend it. The two ideas that came to my mind as that conversation was going through, anyone been through Singapore Airport? When you use a lot of facilities at Singapore Airport, you come out of it wherever you've been, and there's 3 little buttons. And one of them is sad, one of them is happy. And as you're going out, you just push a button. And so cumulatively over the day, they get they learn where their toilets aren't clean, for example, in real time. I don't think that would have been practical in an outdoor venue, but this is what we could have done.
Yeah.
This is what we could have done. We could have said, if you think we've done an okay job here, text this number. If you think we could have done better, text another number. Again, very simple, very low cost, and we could have actually found out what a 16-year-old thought. I don't think through this process we'll ever find out what a 12, 13, 14, 16-year-old. So I think there is some creativity about how we find out how well we are connecting with because after all, the survey that goes out to a lot of people doesn't possibly even capture the things that might have been greatly of interest to you, for example. So
absolutely, the whole framework needs a rethink.
And we're really up for that kind of.
But I think that the time to do it is at the LTP. I think what we've got now is got now and the investment in doing some good quality thinking about methodology that's robust and is comparable with other councils and gives us the right information does take a bit of work. And you've got this methodology in place. You want to have data that's comparable year on year for a period of time. And it is what it is. That's my.
Yeah, I'll express a slightly alternative view.
You're the decision maker. Well, you
No.
guys.
No, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but on the other hand, I don't think we should load the whole world into the LTP. I think we should think of it as we're getting better over time.
Oh, yeah.
And so when we come to the next annual plan, which will be the first for many of us, I think we should not change everything, but I think we should at least look at several of these pages / measures and think which are actually the most irrelevant, out of date, etc., etc. And we should start the process of can we do better so that when we come to the long-term plans,
Absolutely.
we've got a little bit of experience under our belt.
It's a slight step up.
It's a step up.
As opposed to a huge step up.
That's the way I'm thinking.
And what committee would this fall under?
This has to be done by the council.
So whole of council, this one?
The decision has to be done.
Yeah, I agree. I have to say, probably the first time I agree with Martin. But I think the methodology does need to, in the way that we conduct that. I think to get accuracy and for us moving forward, I think he's absolutely right. I think we have to look at either simplifying or.
At the beginning.
We need to start with.
These deal with all different parts. So just palm off the questions to the various relative committees. So if you've got water questions, send them to Aidan. For the infrastructure committee, if you've got finance questions, put them to you. It doesn't have to go to a committee. It can be divvied up and then.
No, but they have approval of the whole.
No, but it'll come back.
Yeah, the work.
So the ways again
establishing
can be done that.
I think we need to be really careful because some of this stuff is legislated.
Yeah.
Some of it is we have to do it and there are mechanisms by which you have to do it. We just need to be mindful that there'll be a core bit that you won't be able to muck up.
Yeah, we need to understand what that core bit is.
I've got a question.
It was just to clarify. This survey was done by a fully qualified research company.
Yep.
The methodology used is absolutely robust. It is based on international standards of how you do research. And so the sample size chosen, the actual individuals that were selected, they had to meet our criteria. So it is representative for all 3 wards. It is representative of everyone over the age of 18 within the right distribution as per census data, etc., for this area. So there's a whole heap of criteria that it has to meet before we accept the results. And that's why of the 3,000 responses, getting 610 is a really, 3,000 invitations, getting 610 responses is a really, really good result for surveys of this nature. We actually have a very engaged community in that regard. And so the result that we have got do represent our region. So I just want to make it clear that it is accurate. From
Don't throw the baby out with the bath.
Yeah. So
No,
and the way that it's done.
Yes.
It's more so about the questions we're asking for.
The right
questions, yeah.
Reflect the KPIs
Yeah. Yeah.
and are those KPIs correct?
Well, I think we did a lot of tweaking of the questions to make sure they answer the KPIs, but then you start getting into other KPIs.
Yeah.
And that's where the chance to changes in the other.
Good point.
But I think there's absolutely some really exciting opportunities for
Yeah.
different methodology to collect additional supporting information. So if we have the skate park being renovated, we have 3 buckets there and you get a counter, and when you come along the skate park, you get to stick your counter in, and whoever's there, if it's Steve, she goes like, we've got 40 counters on this, we've got 20 on that, we've got 3 on that. That gives us a picture.
If you want quantitative data, that's all you get.
Yeah.
If you want qualitative as well, then you need to
get a video camera out there and you say to the kids, you ask them 2 questions, whatever the questions are, and they give you a response.
And that's the difference between looking at our ratepayer-based questions, which what this survey does, 18 plus, to the types of questions that you might want to ask someone going to a skate park who wouldn't really be served. Yeah.
Person isn't a ratepayer.
Well, yes. Well, Martin might be a skater as well. I don't know. But I guess my point is you broaden the demographic, yeah, and just because the voting thing around central government, around national elections might not be going down the 16+ route, but it has called out the fact that local democracy might be going down the 16+ route. So why not reach those people now?
I think it's a yes and. It's a yes and
But Martin's point is already good. For instance, if you use the survey methodology, take the example of skate park, the people who get an answer from is people who live around it who actually may not like it at all, noise and the feeling of unsafety and that kind of stuff. So they're going to go back and say, we're not very happy at all. Whereas the kids who use it,
My parents put the down here all the time.
so and that's a problem about having if you don't know, don't know.
That comes back to the other question. Did we build it for the kids who use it, or did we build it for the grumpy people who are going to be grumpy with us, And that's a decision for us as well. I hope we built it for the kids who are using it. We might not.
each section it looks the same basically. So you get I don't want to go too much and have to get off the page. You get the well-beings from the strategy.
Use the mouse. If you've not got a mouse.
So just summing up a little bit here, guys. So one of the reasons that we didn't get to this is we're trying to jam everything into 1 year. Well, actually, in fact, it's 6 months. So we started thinking about it in whatever it was, July, and we had to have it out the door as a draft to go and consult with by March, right? And so what we're trying to do now is give you guys more lead time to be thinking about the LTP, so we're not truncating this into a very short period of time. So it's pretty obvious, and so we spent probably more time on have we got the vision, have we got the strategic objectives, have we got the direction stuff right, okay, and then map the significant activities and how they all will work. And this is the last.
Yeah.
So the pace here is to get your make sure you've got your vision right, you've got your strategic objectives, your policy, policy objectives, strategic objectives, and your significant activities. That's actually not too broke. And you guys have a good show over that. I mean, we had a huge debate to get to our vision, which is the best of country living and with the customer at the heart of everything we do. Because we didn't want to be the best little authority in New Zealand. To be, and so even those wordings sound, it's because I can remember it and people can remember it. You think, hey, what's the capture? It's, we're a country, rural based area, so it's the best of country living with the customer at the heart of everything we do. And so, and so that was our challenge. What does that horizon look like? So we spent a lot of time really trying to get that bit right. And so chew over that, so that's it, because that's important. That sets everything else. You don't get where you're going to head, you're going to come off in that direction. So, yeah.
Can I go through the structure? Because I think we could potentially go finish early.
Yep.
Nice. And like I said before, if you've got questions, you can come back to Harry or me or Karen or whoever. So this is what each section looks like, structured like this. And this is the same in the LTP and the annual plans. You get really used to it. It's our significant activity, why we do it, the 4 well-beings, the outcomes, and the strategic drivers. That's depending on which one it is. Then you have the major activities, and these major activities should hopefully line up with the major activities that are in this year in the LTP. So it should give you a bit of a picture of what those major activities are. It's not everything, it's just the big things. It's not BAU, so it doesn't describe BAU. So you can see there's some stuff around the cemeteries is a little bit behind thanks to COVID. Kohiraniko Bridge is on track. The Greytown Sports Facilities again held up, but Stefan's here, he can talk to this. And then the stadium improvements. And then you get that service level, the KPI, years, last year, this year, the target for the 3 years in the LTP and how it's measured. And you get that for each section. So then they do a bit of a summary of any of the other bits and pieces that are going on. See, there's a bit of a narrative. So that's the qualitative stuff. And then it goes into the next section. They're all shaped like that. So if you think about it section by section, it's quite readable and it should be quite logical. Hopefully. Any questions? Cool.
Funding impact statements, they come, for an example.
I'm surprised. I thought there should have been a funding
Should
impact.
be.
Oh, it's because it's all bundled up into one. Yeah.
So you just look it up in one side of the page.
Oh, I am too. Thank you. That's my problem.
Skipping half of it.
It's viewable and I'm only looking at half the document. Ta-da, look at that. Over here. There you go. On track. There's footpath. Oh, we should go back up to community. This is the other side of the page. Sorry, my apologies. I thought we did that one. Can I make it smaller? Here we go. Here's the zoomy thing. Left. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Sorry, there's the funding impact statement. That's what it looks like. Oh, it's obvious assets. Yes, that's the other thing that goes in there. I don't have assets in my section, so I always forget about that. You can see the more projects, the statement of service, and then the funding statement. And then it's a narrative. That's what each section looks like. Cool.
Very good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Just may say, review what was got the mic on. Thank you for freeing up your ELT staff today. I recognise Karen and that have made the most substantial contribution, but other people have chipped in as well. I speak for myself when I say that I'm very much more informed about the role we have to do on the 14th if we're allowed. And I see people to that. So thank you very much. And thank you very much. And thank you very much, Amanda. And if you would pass it on again to Charlie, please.
Charlie's right here. It's down there, working hard, I hope.
Thank you.
I think there's a second session after this.
So we'll have we'll have a break and just we just get together. And unless you're in, oh no.
But other people are welcome to stay.
Yeah, what we're going to be doing is